through and then I'll do it again. Oh no, it's better right. So it comes through. If I could get you to take your seats, appreciate it. So welcome everyone to the HIVE internship presentations for 2017. We've got 11 student presentations across the day. So 5 in this morning group and then 6 this afternoon, and all the interns are looking really excited. Or else I'm just misinterpreting the look of fear. No, we're all good. Today's program is broken up into 2 segments. We've got 5 presentations in the morning, then we've got a break, and then a demonstration session where you can actually go around all the displays and see the various presentations, see the various projects from the different students. Then we've got a lunch break from 12 till 1, and then 6 presentations from 1 till 3, a short break for afternoon tea, and then demonstrations for those last block of students in the afternoon. Again, we sort of share the different presentations around between the different displays. One of the students is actually from the Pawsey Intern program, and that's being supervised by me and Josh. So it's visualisation related as well, and it's been supported by the State Library. So we've got Chris Norman from that program presenting here as well. And the purpose of the intern program is to support capable students to do interesting projects with discipline experts. A lot of the academics around campus have got great ideas, but they don't have the time to follow up on all of them. So this program is a great opportunity for an up-and-coming student, an up-and-coming professor perhaps, to work on a project that will further some of the aims of the supervisor, and also it's a chance for us to assist with getting visualisation in one part and in various aspects of the projects as well. So all of the projects that you'll see today are related to visualisation in one way or another. One of the tools we'll be using today to encourage or enable the Q&A, so that's each of the presentations is roughly 15 minutes, and then there's 5 minutes roughly allocated to Q&A. And if you have a question that you're thinking of during the session, and you'd like to register that, you can actually go to this website, Slido, enter the little keyword there, HIVE 2014. You can just enter it in, and that'll come up on this screen here. Does someone want to be the first? We'll see how quickly everyone is. We won't show you this during the presentations, of course, but during Q&A we'll refer to that and also take questions from the audience as well. We also have a Twitter feed for the HIVE as well, and we haven't quite tweeted the link for... sorry, that segue to another topic. We're experimenting with live streaming the talks today. So the link for that, which will be just a YouTube link, we'll post on the Twitter account very shortly, as soon as I walk across to there. There's no food and drink in the Hive. Unfortunately, we're not supporting morning tea and afternoon tea. If you want coffee or other type of beverage, the Aroma Cafe is just outside, but you won't be able to bring it back in. So just plan to drink it outside. We are providing water though, so we don't want you to dehydrate at least. Now finally, I just wanted to mention two projects that we've supported here in the Hive. Probably the project that's had the most success from last year's round of Hive interns is the Historical Panoramas project, and that's sort of scrolling across the screen there at the moment, or at least some of the panoramas from that. We launched that, that was a project conducted by Marcia Schneider. She was a second year creative advertising and marketing student, and graphic design and creative advertising. And she got to the project to a stage where it was very close to being public ready, and we did a bit more work on the project to be able to launch it as a public site, which we did back in June last year. And we're about a hair's breadth away from getting 8,000 unique users of that over the time that it's been running. So if you want to go visit that, that's historicalpanoramas.com.au. You can also grab a postcard from the little stack of brochures and stuff over there. It's currently sitting at 7,948 users, so if we get everyone from the session today, we'll break 8,000. Another project I just wanted to quickly mention was Beacon Virtua. This was not a Hive intern project, but it's a project we've been supporting here in the Hive, and people can download or even just view an experience of visiting Beacon Island, which is in the Abrolhos. The significance of Beacon Island is it's the wrecking location of the Batavia in 1629, almost 400 years ago. Effectively it's a VR experience. We have multiple versions. There's one that can just run through a web browser, or you can. We also have one for the Vive and the Oculus Rift as well, which we haven't quite made public, but we're getting there. And through that environment, you can visit the island. You can see some information about the shipwreck history of the. We do have some questions. You can see the shipwreck past, some aspects of that. You can see its recent history as a fishing base, and also a little bit of information about its future as a national park. So that's another sort of great output of the Hive. Now, running to our questions, I see what's for lunch. We're actually probably just going to go out to the Aroma Cafe. So if anyone wants to join us there for just a round table discussion over lunch, feel free, but it's pay your own way. No free lunch around here, I'm afraid. And the other complication is that we've got the graduations ticketing taking place at the moment, where people come and get their tickets and gowns for the graduation. So it's a little bit busy out there, so we just need to fight our way through all of the recent graduates. And please join us for lunch outside. All right, so I think I've taken up too much time already, 8 minutes late. I'd like to introduce Charlene Yongkar-Jean, who's a medical imaging student being supervised by Zhonghua Sun, and she'll be talking about stereoscopic 3D visualisation of calcified coronary plaques, etc. And can I get you to put that on? Over to you, Charlene.
Yep, thank you. Thank you, Andrew. Good morning, everyone. My name is Charlene. So today I'm going to talk about the 3D stereoscopic visualization of the calcified coronary plaques for accurate assessment of coronary lumen stenosis. So why is this research being conducted? Firstly, we'd like to explore the feasibility of the 3D stereoscopic visualization in assessing the calcified coronary plaques. CCTA is a device, also known as the coronary computed tomography angiogram. is often used to detect the calcium in the coronary artery. However, due to the blooming artifacts, there is a high false positive rates in lumen stenosis. So we would like to also look at the potential value in improving diagnostic performance of CCTA in diagnosis of calcified plaques. So a little brief background of the coronary artery disease, known as CAD, is the leading cause of death in the US and many other countries. So it occurs when the plaques builds up in the normal coronary artery, as you can see in the picture. So over time, this plaque can narrow and completely block the artery and eventually leading to heart attack. So in this study, we are looking at three main coronary branches, which is the LAD, the left anterior descending artery, and the left circumflex artery, and also the right coronary artery. So the left anterior descending artery is one of the branches in the left coronary artery that branches off the aorta all the way to the back of the heart and come forward to the heart and down to the heart. And left circumflex artery wraps around behind the heart, and the right coronary artery branches off the right side of the aorta and on the right side of the heart. So how does the calcification look like in CCTA 2D images and 3D stereoscopic images? So as you can see, this is a picture of the heart, and this artery here is the LAD. The white deposit is the calcium in the arteries. And this is the calcification that looks like in the 3D images prior to projecting into wedge screen. And the picture on the right is the picture that has been projected into the wedge screen. It will only appear as 3D images, only with 3D glasses. So we hypothesize that the diagnostic value of the 3D stereoscopic visualization, in particular, the specificity might be improved in the evaluation of the degree of stenosis in the coronary artery with extensive calcified plaques. So 4 patients has been confirmed by CCTA with calcified plaques were selected in the study, and 12 coronary arteries has been assessed. So all the original DICOM CT data were obtained from the picture archiving communication system, which is known as PAC systems, from a public hospital, and all other data were anonymized. So because this is a retrospective studies, so ethics approval was waived, and also the patient consent was not required. We utilized DRISTI software to reconstruct a 3D images from CT raw data by importing all the CT raw data into DRISTI. And we used the transfer function, which is a function where we can isolate the unwanted structures in the image and enhance the area of interest in our data. So, however, we need to use the transfer function with precaution, as different transfer function will affect the appearance of the image data. So with the same data, as you can see, this is a normal artery without any stenosis. But the next picture, with different transfer function, this artery looks like it's narrowed. Hence, we need to use an appropriate transfer function to project the most optimum image. So we then proceed into taking measurements of the 2D images. So all measurements were taken at the greatest degree of the stenosis on the calcified arteries, on the CCTA images, and as well as the invasive coronary angiogram as the gold standard. So all measurements were taken 3 times, and the mean values were recorded. And for the 3D measurements, we project 3D data into the wedge screen at the back, and with the use of 3D glasses to view the CT data, and all the measurements were then taken again at the greatest degree of stenosis on all the arteries. So we then calculate the percentage of coronary stenosis by using the equation. So RD refers to the reference normal diameter of coronary arteries, and MLD refers to minimal lumen diameter. So the results of the CCTA images were compared with 3D images and also the gold standard, which is the invasive coronary angiogram results. So this table shows the percentage of stenosis in all three arteries, which is the LAD, the right coronary artery, and the left circumflex artery. So in the 2D CCTA, all LAD was seen calcified, 2 RCA was seen calcified, and only 1 LCX, which is the left circumflex, was seen calcified. In the ICA, stenosis was seen in the LAD, and 2 patients were seen with RCA stenosis, and only 1 patient was seen stenosis in the left circumflex artery. So in the stereoscopic, again, all LAD is seen, and only 1 RCA and none in LCX. So the findings of our research is that the diagnostic value of the 3D and 2D images are very similar, and however, the 2D CCTA's results are closer to that of the ICA results compared to the 3D visualization. So we also attempted a fly-through effect of the artery, sort of to simulate the virtual endoscopic visualization intraluminal wall of the artery for more accurate result in measuring the artery stenosis. Again, we used the transfer function to modify and achieve a semi-transparent effect of the artery, and we zoom into that internal wall of the artery. However, due to zoom-in effect, and then the resolution is degraded, and the accuracy of the image is also affected. Hence, we aborted the fly-through effect of the artery. So as you can see, the image on the left is the picture that we modified with different transfer function to achieve a semi-transparent effect. And on the right, as you can see, we zoom in the image, and it's a bit degraded, the resolution of the image. So CCTA is widely used in detecting calcium deposit, but due to the blooming artifact gains, the degree of stenosis is often exaggerated. So as a result, there is high false positive rates of lumen stenosis. And in this study, we explored the feasibility of the 3D visualization. And our result shows that the accuracy of 3D visualization and 2D visualization, when comparing with the gold standards, are very similar. So in the 3D stereoscopic visualization, it has got a more interactive approach of assessing plaque position, where you can rotate the image into different views, and then it has got the ability to detect calcified plaques in the coronary artery, but the reading of the lumen stenosis is as well exaggerated, leading to high false positive rates. So this is probably due to the fact that 3D stereoscopic visualization is also affected by the blooming artifact that is already in the CT raw data. However, 3D has as well can help to improve the understanding of the observer on the complexity of the coronary structure. So there are a couple of limitations in these studies. So first of all, we consist of only 4 cases and 12 coronary arteries being assessed. So more sample size will increase the reliability and can produce a more conclusive result. And also lack of quantitative measurement of MLD and normal artery lumen diameters. More observers are preferable to avoid the inter and intra-observer in disagreement. And observers should also be blinded from the ICA results when measuring the CCTA 2D images and 3D images. And lastly, lack of experience in using DRISTI software, limited manual guideline also contribute to this study. So the conclusion of this research is that this preliminary study shows that 3D stereoscopic visualization has very similar accuracy as the 2D one in the diagnosis of assessment of calcified plaques, and further studies needs to be improved with inclusion of more cases needed to confirm the clinical value of 3D stereoscopic visualization. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Charlene. Has anyone got a question? Here we go, Jonathan.
Hello.
Thanks for that. For the service that we're using, the wedge, not the endoscopic view, but the regular view,
Yep.
what forms of interaction did you allow them? Was it a static view of the data, or could they rotate and transfer?
Yes.
So we should repeat the question.
Repeat the question.
Is that going to work? So the question was basically, did they have a static view, or were they able to move the model in Drishti when they were doing the test?
Okay. So we can actually rotate the heart and the coronary arteries to have the most optimum view of the heart. So you can actually rotate in different direction, different projection to see which is the best view, and when you want to take the measurements, it's much more accurate in that sense. Yeah. Thank you.
Any other questions? Down the back?
Why do you think 2D is better or is more, if I understood correct, 2D is more accurate results than 3D?
Yes.
You think that say something in 3D give you a better picture? So why do you think
2D is
better?
So why was 2D giving better results than 3D?
because from what we've obtained from the result in the 4 cases, the result appears to be more the 2D results appear to be more accurate than 3D's one.
And what do you think that is?
Probably due to the fact that we can actually go slice to slice the cross-sectionals of the CT scan, where we can't do it in the Drishti. Drishti can actually allows you to rotate the image, but you can't see the cross-sectional of the heart.
So you're actually losing something by going to Drishti that you would normally have. So that's
So it says 3D actually, it adds dimension, but we lose information that that particular problem contributes to the accuracy.
Yeah, so it's probably not that stereoscopic is the problem, it's that you've lost this layer by layer approach.
The
Perhaps,
function.
so it might be worth just making that point clear.
Yeah.
I also had a question, is how many observers did you have? I might have missed that in your
1 to 2 observers.
So that's quite limited.
Yeah.
And also they were probably both experienced observers, weren't they?
Yeah.
So one of the nature of 3D viewing, particularly for industrial tasks, is that people get used to not having that stereoscopic effect when they're viewing many of the different industrial visualization packages. And so they get used to those limitations and develop techniques to get around the fact that they haven't got stereoscopic viewing. So when you provide it, they often have already worked around the fact that they don't need it and therefore have developed other techniques. So if you've got more novice users, that can often be a more revealing, or reveal a different result.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Charlene. I'll get the microphone from you. Now, I should have mentioned that there are some programs here if you'd like some. I'll put them off to the side rather than right up the front, so you don't have to walk to the front to grab them. I might just put them around later. Also, by all means, if you'd like some water, just grab one as well. Our next presenter is Christopher Malakuzak. Did I get that right? No? Okay, maybe you can educate me later. His background, or he's currently studying a PhD in biomedical science, being supervised over there as well by Ricardo Mancera, and also supported by Michael Wybrands, who's been volunteering his time in the hive here for a while. And at this point, I'll hand over to Chris.
Cool. Just give me a couple of seconds to get this going.
There was one question through Slido, which was, can we use the autumn glasses? The answer is yes. We'd like to run some demonstration sessions. So, in particular, Charlene will be shown on the web in the back here, and just coincidentally, Chris will be shown in 3D on the ceiling. So, over to you.
Thanks very much. That was a perfect question to lead into. So yeah, I'll be talking about visualization of chemical and biochemical phenomena. In particular, I'm talking about the phenomena that is derived from a molecular mechanics technique known as molecular dynamics simulation. So molecular dynamics simulation, or MD for short, the basic idea behind it is that it allows us to mimic what atoms do in real life, and we do this by defining molecules as spheres connected by springs which represent the atoms and bonds respectively. Within the system, we can then compute the forces acting on each of these atoms in the system and then move the atoms incrementally just a little bit, update their position and velocity, and then continue to iterate this to get a time-wise projection or evolution of their movement over the course of a simulation. And with this information, we can get an idea of what's going on a molecular and atomic scale. Okay, one important aspect of many molecular dynamics simulations, and it's particularly important from a visualization perspective, is the use or employment of periodic boundary conditions on a simulation box. Now, if we can consider this schematic as a simulation box with one molecule inside represented by the sphere, as it moves across the course of the simulation time, its position is updated and it moves towards the exterior of the box. Instead of interacting with the boundary of the box and bouncing back in, it will pass through that boundary and re-enter the box from the other side. Now, the reason we do this is so that we are able to account for any abnormalities that may occur as a consequence of the molecule interacting with the box, and it also allows us to approximate a much larger system. So if we consider this middle system as a unit cell of a very big system, then we can almost approximate how a very large system would evolve over time. Now, it's pretty detailed, and it's only important as we go along from a visualization perspective, and it'll become very clear soon. But just keep that in the back of your mind. When it comes to MD, there are many applications in many different scientific fields. Particularly here at Curtin, there's a very strong interest in MD when it comes to structural biology. It's applied to a number of different biological molecules. One in particular of interest is what we call a lipid, which is a schematic just on the left here. What you can get from this schematic is that there are a lot of different atoms involved for the purpose of this talk. It's really only important to know that it has one region, its head group, which is hydrophilic, which means that it likes to interact with water quite a bit and biological fluids, whereas the other half of it is what we call hydrophobic, and that doesn't like to interact with water at all, making it quite chemically bipolar. So if we get lots of lipids in a room together, they will reorient so that they maximise their interaction with water via the head group and minimise the interaction with water via the tail group. So we get this kind of bilayer forming here, and this subunit is essentially the beginnings of what we know as a cell membrane, which acts as a barrier around the cell. It provides a physical barrier to protect what's inside a cell, so it doesn't let things go into the cell that shouldn't be going into a cell. It keeps things in the cell, but it also allows some permeability of the boundary itself to allow smaller molecules that are important to the cell to pass through as well. So that's what we call a lipid membrane. In a larger, if we consider larger molecules composed of lipids, they can form very big semi-spheroidal aggregates known as micelles or lipid droplets, depending on the composition of these particles. Another really, really important application of MD when it comes to structural biology is using it to understand the folding behaviour of peptides and proteins. Now, a peptide is simply a string of amino acids attached together in such a way, and then if we get lots of these amino acids attached together, we form these things called proteins. Now, peptides and proteins are very important from a cellular perspective because they act as the cell machinery and they carry out a number of different functions which are really important to life as we know it. From a structural point of view, another important aspect of peptides and proteins is that they can form local 3D conformations, which we know as I suppose, important when it comes to not only the folding behaviour of these molecules, but they're also important from a functional perspective. So things like beta strands, which I've illustrated here in the red arrows, or alpha helices, which I've illustrated on the right-hand side in the blue kind of spiral. They're really important because they have functionality attached to them as well. If we take lipids and proteins together, we can also look at things like lipoproteins, which are the body's way of transporting cholesterol around our blood. Really important when it comes to cardiovascular disease as well as coronary artery disease, and a number of other things. And they're quite important here at Curtin. There's some work being done on understanding their structure too. So it's great that we can simulate and understand these types of systems on an atomic scale, but we need a way to visualise and understand or make these systems accessible to the user. And to do that, we use a thing called a molecular graphics system, and in particular, this is software that allows for the visualization of this molecular dynamics output. And here at Curtin, the molecular dynamics viewer is one such software that has been developed here for use at the Curtin HIVE across a number of different platforms. The main reason the reason that MDV was developed here at Curtin was to provide an immersive and interactive experience for users. And they achieved this by building it within a gaming-based engine known as Unity. It's compatible with common MD output file types and also supports multiple representations for biomolecules, including the ability to calculate and project protein secondary structure. Okay, so the aims of my project was to, I guess, act as a glorified beta tester for MDV with a view towards enhancing its functionality for the end user. But we also, we approach this in a fairly defined way. So we use 4 very diverse test sets to test the limitations of MDV. And these included a lipid membrane, a lipid droplet, a disordered peptide, and a lipoprotein. And they all have system-specific nuances that we needed to account for. As a consequence, we were hoping to develop a rigorous protocol for the conversion of this raw simulation data from an MD software package for visualization here at the Hive with MDV. Okay, that's a lot of words. I'm going to show you what we did. This right here is what the raw simulation output data looks like if we load it into the graphics interface or the MDV software. What you see is a box with a lot of residues, including the phospholipid named DOPC, a co-solvent named dimethyl sulfoxide or DMSO, and also water, represented in a ball and stick representation known as CPK. And I think the first thing you really recognise is it's a very, very busy system. It's very, very hard to understand what's going on here in this type of system. So we need to clean it up to begin with. So we can remove residues that aren't important from a visualisation perspective, such as in this case water, to make it a little bit clearer. So we only have the phospholipid and we only have the co-solvent, but it's still quite messy. The other thing we need to do is centre the frame of reference for the user, and in this case we want to be able to centre it on the bilayer so that we can have a really clear frame of reference. So after centering, we now have a bilayer in the middle with co-solvent on the outside. It's still really quite messy, and when we load a trajectory into this file, it's epilepsy-inducing. It is frightening. There's a lot going on all at once, and 2 things really stand out. The first is that we see these long horizontal and vertical lines obscuring the view. That's bonds being stretched across those periodic boundary conditions, which is what I was referring to earlier. They're really, that's not helpful from an interface perspective. Also, the trajectory frame rate is really, really fast. We can't identify events of interest with that kind of level of speed of trajectory. So we do two things. We make all the molecules whole. We place restrictions on how they will interact with the periodic boundary, and then we smoothen the trajectory of the file. It's important to point out that I'm not talking about slowing down the trajectory, but I'm actually applying a filter to the trajectory so that the molecular motion is averaged across the time period. So when we load the trajectory in now, it's a little bit easier to comprehend. We can start to see how molecules are interacting. And they're passing across the periodic boundary as a whole molecule, so it's not being stretched. Okay. We can view these kind of systems in different ways. This is a space-filling representation, a little more like the schematic I showed earlier, known as VDW, with just the balls filling the space, and we can see how the bilayer acts as a boundary. We can turn off the atoms and just show the bonds themselves, and then highlight regions of interest. In this case, I'm highlighting the head groups in cyan, the tail groups in gold, and then I've highlighted one particular dimethyl sulfoxide residue of interest. And then when we load the trajectory in, we can walk up to this particular molecule of interest. We can see how it interacts with head groups, and then watch as it permeates into the bilayer itself, follow it through as it bounces and interacts with the tail groups, and then finally passes through the bilayer to interact with the head groups on the other side. Now, this is really important from a biophysical perspective because this is the kind of information you can't glean from experiments themselves, but we can see this using molecular modelling, such as molecular dynamics. So that's our first system that we looked at. The second one was the self-assembly of a lipid droplet. This was a slightly more complex system for a number of different reasons, particularly from a post-processing perspective. I'm not going to go into too much detail about the post-processing. I'm going to show you what we ended up with. So this is a box containing 5 different types of molecules, all of varying hydrophobicity. And as we load our smooth trajectory into it and our molecules are all whole, we can start to see how they interact with each other, and then eventually the formation of a stable lipid droplet in water. And from this information, we can see how these particles are arranged with the particular components acting in, making up particular parts of the particle. Okay. Our third system is a peptide system. This particular peptide is of interest from an Alzheimer's perspective, but it's also interesting because it has a very dynamic secondary structure. Now, this allowed us to really explore how the program can calculate protein structure and represent it in a visually accessible manner. So I've got the peptide itself with the amino acids represented as a ball and stick. I'm going to turn that off and just show the protein secondary structure, which is overlaid. And what we see as we load the trajectory in is we see a lot of these colours changing, and that is indicative of a dynamic secondary structure being changing over the course of the trajectory. So we can see these red bits, they're beta sheets, forming and unforming, and that's important from a functional perspective because they have implications functionally. And then finally, our last system, probably my favourite, if only for its audacity, because it's so large. It has 9 or 8 different non-standard residues as well as protein as well. This is represented in a ball and stick representation. But we can also highlight things like the protein chains themselves and see where proteins sit. We can turn on the secondary structure and see how that is interacting with residues, turn off the residues and see how the protein secondary structure is arranged as a whole. Turn on certain residues to see how they're interacting in the context of the particle, and then colour all residues according to their residue type, and we can get a sense of where they're sitting. And the beauty of this particular software is we can also walk inside, and you can imagine in a 3D environment it's quite cool to be able to have a look and see a perspective that you couldn't hope to experience on a desktop PC. And that's something that we'll be able to demonstrate in the demonstration session after this. So just to conclude, we undertook a pretty intense beta testing program for the MDV software. We post-processed 4 different highly dynamic representative systems to account for all the system-specific nuances that could be encountered by structural biologists. And as a consequence, we also were able to develop a working and optimised conversion protocol for the visualising MD software output with the molecular dynamics viewer. So I just quickly want to acknowledge my supervisor, Professor Ricardo Mancera, for his help and guidance with this particular project, Michael Wybrands for all his help developing the software itself, Suave Extracura for letting me use one of his bilayer systems as the test set, the Curtin Biomolecular Modelling Group as a whole for their help and support, the Pawsey Supercomputing Facility, where a lot of this work was being conducted from an MD point of view, and also, finally but not least, the Curtin HIVE, Andrew, Jesse and Josh for their help and support and this opportunity. So thanks very much, guys.
Thanks, Chris. Any questions from the audience? There must be one. Down the back.
So what is the difference between VMD and this one?
What's the difference between VMD and this one?
So VMD is a molecular graphics system that visualises MD data on a desktop. So VMD doesn't have stereoscopic 3D capabilities for a start. You don't get the same experience. It's very difficult to be able to walk into a molecule in VMD because it doesn't render it in a scene. It actually just zooms into a molecule. So we had to really rethink how we build this system so that it's more interactive and more engaging for the end user. Yeah, you can't. Well, no, not in 3D. No, not at this point.
So VMD only supports flat screens, so anything that's a bit different like this one, just want to know about it.
Does it? I wonder why Michael didn't want to use VMD. I think as well,
I think
VMD is...
The actual motivation was so we could use screens like this and also head-mounted displays.
Yeah.
So that was a motivator, yeah.
Okay. I'll talk to you after because that's interesting. Okay, cool. Thanks.
Okay. Any other questions from the audience? So I would just like to reinforce that Michael Wybrands put a lot of work into getting the new package up and running. That sort of started roughly November not last year, 2015. And that work was supported by the Curtin Institute for Computation. Ricardo's also, I believe, put in some funds to get it updated as well. And I think Chris's project was also half funded by the Curtin Institute for Computation as well. So thanks to them for that support. And there were a couple of questions that came in for Charlene's project through Slido, but none for you, Chris, I'm sorry. Perhaps they'll come in shortly as people enter them. So maybe I'll just kick over to the questions for Charlene, which was, so what is the cost difference between both methods? Is there a cost?
So Dristi is an open source software where we can use it for free. However, with the use of DICOM as well, and how we use Analyze software to analyze the 2D images, which we have to pay for the license. I think it's about 10K or so. So with the 2D, the cost is a bit higher compared to Dristi. Yeah.
Okay. The other question, which I think I'll partially answer anyway, which was if you were recommending to a new department which method you would recommend, I think the answer there is it's a little bit early to make those kind of recommendations. It was just a 2-user study, so watch this space, I suppose, is the best answer.
I would say 2D.
Okay.
Yeah. I would say 2D, but further research needs to be conducted to make a conclusive result for Dristi.
Okay. Thanks, Charlene.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Put your hands together, please. The next presenter is Luke Warlick. He's a mechatronics student currently, and his project is wayfinding in an unfamiliar environment. And his project is being supervised by Marina Ciccarelli and Courtney Harris and Julie Brayshaw, and also being supported on a technical level by Joshua Hollick. I might just sort of quickly say public thanks to both Josh and Jesse for supporting the program. So say hi, they're standing up the back there. And this particular project was supported by the Cisco Internet of Everything Innovation Centre, so thanks to them for supporting this particular project. All of the students received effectively a scholarship over the summer period to support their work in the different projects. So that's sort of an important factor. So often you hear the word intern and it means free labour. Well, we did actually support them here, so we're not in that sort of particular mind space. So over to you, Luke.
Thanks. I need that one. There you go. Okay, morning everyone. My name's Luke Warlick, and my project for this Hive summer internship was wayfinding in a virtual environment, a pilot trial with people with mild cognitive impairment. So the goals of this project, the aim of this project was to find a virtual solution to assist people with acquired brain injury when navigating unfamiliar environments. And user testing of the system for research has been approved by Curtin University and Brightwater Care Group ethics committees and will commence next month. Okay, so what is wayfinding? Wayfinding is the way that humans and animals orientate themselves and navigate in space, so in 3D space. It's necessary, wayfinding skills are necessary for both familiar and unfamiliar environments. We were focusing mainly on unfamiliar environments in this case, and that means it's necessary for people who want to have autonomy and they want to be independent in their own lives. Wayfinding relies on a number of cognitive skills, which are commonly known as executive function. Some examples of these are problem solving, decision making, judgment, and short and long-term memory. So there are a number of different types of wayfinding, methods of wayfinding. Two that we focused on in this internship was local wayfinding and global wayfinding. So local wayfinding is wayfinding based on small landmarks which are visible from a short distance. For examples like signposts, trees, other small objects in your environment. So for example, you're walking down a street, there's things that you can see within the street and your immediate vicinity, but if you turn the corner, move to another street, take another path, you can no longer see the local wayfinding landmarks. Opposed to this is global wayfinding, which uses larger landmarks which are visible usually from a longer distance. They don't change orientation or position in relation to the user or to the person who's navigating. So some examples of this is the sun, stars if you're navigating at night time, mountains, towers or cities in the distance. Okay, so what is acquired brain injury? According to the World Health Organization, acquired brain injury is damage to the brain which occurs after birth and is not related to a congenital or degenerative disease. These impairments may be temporary or permanent and can cause partial or functional disability or psychosocial maladjustment. People often get this, well, any head injury is a bad injury, according to Dr. Karl Krushenitsky. So people can suffer head injuries from in car crashes commonly, or sporting related injuries. So any head injury can cause an acquired brain injury. And they often affect performance in tasks that rely on executive function, such as the tasks for wayfinding, problem solving, decision making, judgment, short and long-term memory. So what was our solution? Our solution was to create a virtual environment in the Unity game engine. We decided to use a model of Curtin University and Curtin University Bentley campus. And our main goal was to help people navigate from the bus port on the eastern side of campus to the Hive here on the western side of campus. We were given a model by the School of Architecture, which I think was created last year as part of another internship. And this model included all the correct building and location data, as well as other topological data. So, for example, the hill on Henderson Court is also a hill in the model. To supplement this computer-generated model, we took panoramic images around campus at many different points along this few different paths from the bus station to the Hive. And then they were stitched together and placed in the model as bubbles. So the user can, there's a number of spheres with bubble with the images projected onto the sphere, and then the user can step inside the bubble and look around as though they were actually at Curtin and everything is visually correct. And so to take these images and stitch them together, there are a few different steps on the way to get to the final output. The first step is linking the images together. So that just basically links all the images in a metadata file to say this collection of images are all related together and they all contain data about the same panorama. Next, we create control points between the images, which means it basically finds common points within each image so it can know where the images are in relation to each other. Next, it optimizes the position, so places the images in correct position in relation to each other so it can stitch the final output. Okay, transform and render. So when you're projecting a panorama onto a sphere, because of the nature of a sphere, it's curved, you have to modify the output projection of the panorama, which means it's different to a normal, like a cylinder panorama that you take with your iPhone or your smartphone. In this case, we use equirectangular projection, which means that it appears visually more accurate when you're viewing the image on a sphere, as we are in Unity. And that means you'll see on the next slide, we've got a photo of an example of a rendered image. Transforms the top and bottom of the image, and of course the middle as well, and to be more accurate when viewed on a sphere. And then the final step is stitching, so it stitches all the manipulated images together into one final panoramic image. The control method of our virtual environment was relatively simple, so the user's just a camera in Unity and they fly between the image bubbles. So there's enough image bubbles that at every decision point that I decided on campus. I've got another image with the panorama locations, but the user flies between the bubbles and it plays the walking sound while they're moving by pointing and clicking the mouse. And they can also hide the panorama bubbles when they're standing inside a bubble, so they can look around the virtual environment, the computer-generated environment, and then compare that with the images that were taken so they can see where they are in relation to things in the real world. Okay, so what is Unity? I'm probably going to hear about this a few more times today. Unity is a game engine. It's used to make both 2D and 3D games. It's relatively simple and easy to pick up, and this makes it ideal for making visualization projects, and it's easily applied to other areas, such as visualization. One major benefit of Unity is that it has support for many platforms, including iOS, Android, and PC. Basically, any platform that you can think of. You can also develop for web apps. And this wide range of support for different devices means that there's a lot of, it's a very popular game engine in the game making community in general, which means there's a lot of documentation and there's a strong user question answering community, which I was helpful during this project. Okay, so here's an example of some of the images that I took. This specific image is, do I get a laser? Okay. Okay, yeah. So these both images are both the same image. On the left of screen here is the Vin Davies building. I'm not sure exactly what this one's called, but the physics building will be to the right of screen. So and then behind the user is Henderson Court. So these two images are both the same image before and after manipulation. And you can see at the bottom of the left image, these bricks are meant to be straight. In real life, they're straight. But because I took the images with a fisheye lens, which provided greater field of view, it warps the image a bit. Fortunately, it's getting warped again anyway, so the computer knows how to handle that. So this is the image after it has been rendered for the equirectangular projection. You can see at the top and bottom it's stretched out because when you view it on a sphere, it is smaller at the top than it is in the middle. And then, yeah, because I used the fisheye lens, you can see at the bottom of both images, it had such a large field of view vertically that it actually captured the tripod in the image. You can see the leg there and the camera mount. And then the next one is the final stitched image of this location. In the red box just there in the middle is the image that was on the previous two slides, and you can see it's got a full 360 degrees view from the left to right, and I think top to bottom is 175 degrees. So, well, maybe a bit less, 170. So not quite 360 and then 360, but it's good enough because there's nothing in the sky. And yeah, you can see Henderson Court here, and it's all warped because of the equirectangular projection. So these are the bubble locations that I took photos around campus. So you can, all the red dots are photos. So you can see on the right-hand side of campus, we start over there, there's a concentration around there, and then I tried to take photos at every point where someone might have to make a decision about where they want to go. So that's why you can see they're mainly concentrated around crossroads, intersections between paths, and yeah, walking paths and roads. Some limitations of this virtual environment. The model of Curtin, while accurate in dimensions, is unfortunately not a good visual representation of Curtin campus. You can see here, this is a screenshot that I took of the model in the game. On the left is, the building on the left is the library, so you can see it's more or less physically the correct shape and dimensions, but there were no textures applied to the model of Curtin, so all the buildings just appear as grey boxes, which means it can be quite disorientating even if you know where you are and you know why you're around campus, which was one reason why we put the panorama bubbles in there as well. So yeah, this is the library and the Henderson Court. The trees aren't quite the right height either, which is a bit unfortunate, but yeah, the main thing is that it's quite disorientating because all the buildings are just grey boxes. But I have been told that there's another model of Curtin that's being developed currently, and it should be a lot higher quality. And as far as I know, it should be trivial to just drag and drop the new model into this, into my current project in Unity, and it should be able to have all the location of the panorama bubbles already set. So might use that for the testing next month. Further work. So further work is firstly we have to test the feasibility and the effectiveness of this virtual environment and helping people with acquired brain injury to navigate in their community and unfamiliar environments. This has many applications if it's effective. We mainly chose to focus on Curtin, but for example, if someone's learning to catch the bus by themselves, use public transport, we can make models of bus stations and then allow people to practice navigating within this virtual environment without the risks involved with navigating in the real world. Unfortunately, not everyone has the resources to have the Hive and these fantastic screens here. So with Unity, we can easily compile any project to run on any screen, so someone can use it on their computer monitor, Google Glass, or some other cheap VR solution, or Oculus Rift, or pretty much anything. Web display as well, so you can view it on the internet, which means it has a wide range of applications. Don't need too much money to be able to get up and running using this this kind of technology for helping people navigate unfamiliar environments. And it's got many more potential applications, not just for people with acquired brain injuries, but for example, an example was to set up like monitors or little Android tablets somewhere around campus, and then if someone needs to they need to find the building where they need to go, we can just simulate it inside the virtual environment, so then they can more easily navigate their way around campus. And pretty much any application where someone's in an unfamiliar environment, such as tourists. Okay, I'd like to thank Tom Girk, the director of Perth Cisco Internet of Everything Innovation Centre. That's based in Building 216 at Curtin University. They funded this project, the Curtin HIVE, and Josh and Andrew for giving me a hand with the project, and Associate Professor Marina Ciccarelli for helping me with the social sciences side of it. I've got a short video of the final project, which I'll just show now if it works. Let's see. There we go. Okay. Oh, no, it's not playing on that screen. Yep, I've done it. There we go. Okay. So this was taken near the bus port, so you can see the bus port there on in front of you now. That was my mouse spazzing out a bit. So that's a new building, and this is me hiding the panorama, so you can see that see the virtual model, and you can see unfortunately it's quite disorientating. These lines are lines between the panorama bubbles, so you look along the line and point and click pretty much. That big floating object in the sky, I forgot to mention it, I think. Because Curtin University has a lot of tall buildings, its global wayfinding isn't really feasible, because usually your field of view is blocked by a building, which in other cases might be useful for global wayfinding, but if you're just moving through campus, it's not too helpful. So in the computer-generated model, I added a big arrow, that big floating object, green floating object, pointing to the Curtin HIVE, so the user can know where they are in relation to that object if they're using global wayfinding. Okay. Thanks.
Any questions?
How does this interact with things like Google Street View and the information that's embedded in that? Is there any way that you can integrate some of that information?
So the question is about integrating this information, for example, into Google Street View.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if does Google Street View have information of Curtin campus? Do they have they taken like?
I don't know. I was thinking
I'm not sure.
applications that are walking on St George's Terrace or something like that. It might be very good to be able to reference this. So it was really interesting to look at these pictures against Google Maps or photos of the day.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I haven't explored that one.
Yeah, I believe there is a technique, but I think it might be qualified users are able to insert panoramas or other content, but yeah, I'm not sure myself.
Yeah. Yep.
With that kind of in mind, I know with Google Street View, if there are people in the way, they kind of block them out. Did you have any issues with people kind of getting in the way of your panoramas?
Funny you ask that. I more or less people are just walking past, so if there was someone in the shot, because of the nature of stitching, you're taking multiple stills and it's trying to see common points. If someone's walking, then it's going to mess up the panorama because it thinks that the person is going to be in the same spot when they've actually moved. So that I just waited for people to move. Last Monday I was adding a few more panoramas in just before finishing the project. I tried to take a photo at the veggie patch, and outside the veggie patch, yeah, along the walkway outside the veggie patch, and one of the staff said that they told me to go away because I didn't have permission from the guild to take photos. I was like, rightio. Right. So I came back in an hour and a half and took it when they'd closed.
There's always a way.
Yep.
Potentially, is this the kind of thing that if it was a display, you mentioned that you could maybe iPad or some other display unit,
yep.
that you've got your point of reference, this is where you want to go, that you could actually select what your point of reference is if you have building numbers. So once the building number was selected, that it would be able to kind of display that global landmarks, okay, that's kind of the point that I'm going to, that's my start that I'm heading to. Is that yeah, do we have the technology to be able to kind of do that?
Funny you mentioned that. So we've just taken delivery of what's called a HoloLens, which is an augmented reality or mixed reality device. So those that might not hear it, it's about trying to provide global landmarks or wayfinding for other buildings rather than just the Hive, which was indicated in that simulation. So yeah, potentially if well, sorry. Let me rephrase that. The HoloLens is tending to be called mixed reality now because of you wear a headset and it overlays graphics over your view of the environment. And the other one is to use like a tablet. Pokemon Go is the most popular version of that, and that's tending to become referred to more as augmented reality these days. But it could be both. I mean, if you've got your device here and you move it around, and it might be able to show you your wayfinding. So, you know, perhaps there is something along those lines.
Yeah.
Sorry, I've answered your question, Luke.
Yeah.
Do you want to add anything?
Yeah, I was going to say, at the moment, this model is a dumb model, so it's just buildings on the map. But in theory, as far as I know, you could probably specify which building is actually which, and then if you want to say, I want to go here, and you can change the global wayfinding, I think, as far as I know.
Also, in the opposite direction, if you're lost, take these sort of building and something like that recognised.
The question is about whether you could take a photo and get the software to recognise the building. I think it might be easy to use GPS rather than image matching.
You can. That wouldn't surprise me that you can do it. I'm not sure if you can do it specifically at Curtin, but I know I had an app on my phone called Google Glasses or something like that, and I downloaded the app as a QR scanner, but it also had like a photo scanner, so it was a bit creepy. It scanned all my photos, but it could tell me if there was like, it would say like, hey, this is like the Eiffel Tower. This is some specific building which people know. Yeah, yeah. So I don't know specifically about Curtin because there might not be enough data, but for example, for major buildings, it definitely knew exactly where I was, which is creepy because Google, I don't want that, but yeah, it's possible.
So the question over here.
Will it also be able to eventually add in additional information such as the time that it'll take to get something to the location to the Hive if you're following this route, and then my next lecture is at a certain point, and how long will it take to get there? Just to help people, since they're time management as well.
Yeah, I don't see why not. That's pretty simple because the thing with Unity, you can pretty much know all the distances, and then you can just do velocity or time equals distance times speed. That's right.
But also you're not going to have that sort of information available for example, for wheelchair users, so that you can say, okay, I know that's not great route, but I've actually got to go via these ramps to get up to this particular facility or through this building up the lift in order to get across.
Yep.
So that's the information really, really useful.
Yeah, that's definitely a possibility.
I've often thought about that aspect when it's raining. Curtin can be quite a difficult campus to navigate. Try and find the driest route. But much more important for wheelchair users, of course. Thanks, Luke. No questions on the text line. Perhaps we will have that eventually. Our next presenter is Shree Lakshmi Ramesh Babu. She's doing a computer systems degree. Her project is assessing different visualisation techniques. Quite a nice screensaver there. Her project is supervised by Fran Ackerman and ably supported and co-supervised by Yathu Sivaraja and Andrew Squelch from the Pawsey Centre. And over to you, Shree. Can I get you to put that on?
Good morning to all. My name is Shree Lakshmi Ramesh, and my project is on assessing different visualization techniques. Well, introducing my topic and my project, There is a business 3D visualization tool that is being developed at POSI, and my project required me to look into and study various visualization tools that are already available online and compare the features along with the business 3D prototype that is being developed right now. So the main thing was, it was basically a research-oriented project. So I looked into the features and the techniques that are already available and checked if anything that is required to be added on to our prototype, or if our prototype is going good in the right direction. Well, a data sheet with a lot of variables, text and values can be ambiguous to identify and understand and interpret. And as the saying goes, a picture is worth 1,000 words. Visualization takes its root from there. So visualization is the art of depicting data in a colorful, understandable and interpretable manner. As a picture alongside here, which indicates the education access to common people in different countries, we can identify and interpret this image in a much better way when we can see it as globes or notes, but rather it would be difficult and ambiguous for us to identify it when it's just on a plain textual data sheet. So data visualization, it maps its origin back to the 17th century when it started off in the form of maps and graphs. It explains the data and also lets us explore and understand different aspects of the entire set. It can be classified into 3 types. One is static, which is just a screenshot of the data. Dynamic, which involves the movement of data, and an interactive visualization, which includes the involvement of the user along with the data. So this can be done in the form of tables, charts, plots, and graphs. Speaking and limiting my research completely to the business field, where there are lots of projects and new ventures always being undertaken, they always come up with a set of risks associated with them. So the uncertainties of a project are called the risks, and they are supposed to be managed well in order to get a better outcome over the long run. So the causes of failures can be the risks, and we'll have to handle them well in order to turn them to our success. So these risks are managed, they're stored, they're implemented, and they're worked upon in the form of risk maps, heat maps, and value maps. So risk maps, they are a way we communicate to the user what are the risks of a project. They are implemented in the form of risk registers, which is basically a document which has a list of all the risks. And management, as the picture says, it includes assessing the risks, analyzing, planning what they are, and then implementing future resolvements so that we can get away from the disasters of the projects. So that risk management is basically done with the help of graph visualization, one of the most important, basically the entire perspective of the project. So data visualization tools, they are again a way to communicate how the risk management procedure is done. So the first half of my project included me researching the various tools. So I went through a number of tools, namely GraphViz, PlantUML, Nodulink, then PlantViz, etc. And I just jotted down a few visualization tools for time constraints that will actually show the way I went through. First, I looked into just a database management system like Neo4j, which is similar to the data sheets, except that it puts up data in the form of nodes and links, just depicting how they are connected. Then I moved on to another tool that is being developed by using Visualization Toolkit, which is a similar packet that is being used by Business 3D. And the OpenView, it provides only 3-dimensional view on a planar structure and not much of functionalities. And next I looked into the popular tools, basically Tulip. First was Tulip, which is written in C++. It supports 1 million nodes and has a lot of features like providing many layouts and user interaction tools. So Tulip, it provides only 2D planar view, And next was Cytoscape, which has huge community support. Written in Java, it supports 5 million nodes and provides a lot of functionalities as well. This also supports 3-dimensional shapes of the models, but doesn't allow it to be demonstrated on a stereo display. Next was Gephi, which I used as a support throughout my project, which is written in Java, supports 100,000 nodes, and supports both 2D as well as 3D models, but again, it doesn't support stereo display. So it has a number of features. It incorporates a lot of layouts which allow the entire structure, one single structure, to be demonstrated in many ways so that the user can interpret the data in different ways. So it has a wide range of functionalities again, like adding nodes, deleting nodes, then adding color to the entire structure. The protagonist of the story, Business 3D. So Business 3D is a visualization tool. It's actually a prototype right now being developed at POSI. It is written in C++ and it's being developed with Visualization Toolkit. It has a number of features. It highlights the clusters, highlights loops, and it provides, most importantly, a 3-dimensional view even on a stereo display. Well, initially when we looked at the tool, we came up with the ideas that we could actually implement into the tool, like multiple layouts. So it supports a single force-directed layout. So we thought we could actually implement it in different ways so that the user can identify. And we thought we'll modify the shape and the color. Also, adding and deleting nodes could have been added, and effective graphical visual user interface through a toolbar. In summary, looking at all the tools, we had Neo4j, which is just a database management system, and OpenView, again developed with VTK, Tulip, Cytoscape, and Gephi, which are being popularly used by everyone, mainly because of their features that they allow, the various layouts and the functionalities that they give to the user. And this is Business 3D, which is right now providing the same features, but even on probably better features, even on a 3D visualization as well as a stereo display. So once we actually went through all this, after the half of the project, we came up that we could actually develop different layouts. We could look into what can be the layouts that can be incorporated into the prototype. And hence, I studied all the algorithms. So the second half of the project mainly dealt with me looking into algorithms and comparing their features and trying to implement a few into the Business 3D. So force-directed algorithm. So this algorithm, it includes force charges. It incorporates a spring model where the nodes are considered as charges, and the links or the edges between them is considered as the spring. So the force of attraction and the repulsion is calculated for each node and edge along with the surrounding neighboring nodes, and then the entire model is put up on the workspace. So the various other algorithms, a similar approach that I did with the tools. I went through various algorithms like attraction and repulsion force, Novolap, Open Odd, Kamada, and Kawai. And I jotted down just a few. Basically, these were the way I actually went through. The first initial one was the ARF, which is just basically the attraction and repulsion force. It's calculated between the nodes. Each node is given a charge, and it's calculated according to its surrounding nodes, and it's just put up onto the workspace. So following that trend, I just jotted down 4 algorithms which are mainly used among all the tools that I studied. So first was a Fruchterman rain goal. It's a standard algorithm. It is a force-directed algorithm which uses again force and charge. Well, this particular technique is very slow, and the main feature of this is it uses a global temperature that minimizes the entire system energy and hence is responsible for the stability of the model. Next was circular layout. So this particular technique, it just gives the nodes a particular ID, and it arranges them in either an ascending or a descending order. And I looked into this mainly because we could just identify the node by following the ascending or the descending order. Next was Yufanhu. So Yufanhu was one among the efficient algorithms that are being used and implemented by almost all the tools. So this is faster as compared to other tools, but as you can see, it allows only two-dimensional view. It's basically a planar structure and doesn't incorporate, or it cannot be incorporated into a stereo display tool. The next was Force Atlas 2. So this is a revised version of Force Atlas, and it also has another version called Force Atlas 3D, which supports 3D modular view, but not stereo again. It's just a 3D modular view. It is very much efficient, and it's quite good for the cluster representations. So in summary, we have the Fridgman Raingold and Yufanhu and the Force Atlas 2, which almost provides a similar model as compared to Business 3D. Fridgman Raingold, when we actually decrease the gravity, provides a similar view, and circular is just to identify the particular nodes and their connections. So the results that we actually drew from my entire research was that I looked into various tools and the techniques, but then we decided to keep the tool going along with whatever we've actually decided. So Business 3D was not altered. The layout was decided to stay intact because it was, as you all could see, it was all similar outputs. So we thought we could actually do something else, and as an extra step to the project, because I was fascinated with the entire tool, I decided to actually try out color implementation. So we decided, because the data set was already given, it had each node with a particular attribute. So we grouped all the nodes as clusters, and each cluster was given a color, and we implemented color into the prototype, and each color represents a particular cluster, which means a particular meaning in the entire data set according to the business field. So we just modified the node colors and the edge colors. Well, Business 3D on its whole is quite a very impressive tool, and probably in the coming future we can have a graphical user interface which allows the user-friendly interaction with the tool, which is already present just with another toolbar, so that we don't have to remember the entire shorthands, and also color identification of the loops, and modification directly on the graph, which includes like adding nodes and deleting nodes, adding edges and deleting edges. Well, in conclusion, I would like to thank Curtin University and Curtin HIVE staff, Dr. Andrew Woods, Joshua and Jess, and Stephanie, and my special thanks to all my supervisors, Fran, for giving me this wonderful opportunity and to consider me worthy enough, and Dr. Yathunanthan for being a support throughout my project and answering all my questions, and probably providing me with lessons that I would treasure forever. And thanks to Andrew Squelch, who was always there to look upon, and he always provided me with valuable information. And thanks to all my parents, my guides, and my fellow interns. Thank you.
Are there any questions from the audience? Marina.
I have one centered to anonymous with the last. And I'm so sorry, I don't have a business background, but I'm just wondering, Shree, if you can give an example of what types of data can be visualised like this. I come from a health sciences background.
Okay.
So is this purely, is it numerical data, or is it qualitative data? What kind of data? What's the range of data?
It actually visualizes probably almost all kinds of data. It just requires a text file which has a connection, like a particular node, particular data which has different connections, and it can plot them up. So it converts a text file into a readable format for the tool.
Can you give an example of a type of data set that might be viewed this way?
Probably no, a type of data set. Maybe just connections.
Perhaps?
I want to be one of those risks. So I've been working with organisations on project risk, and most projects have more risks than they can work on. So one thing you can understand is which risks do you prioritise? You take some identification priorities to how risks impact one another in third-party stores. This is where risks interact. And we can see it in visualization like that, start to see those are very central or in a dynamic pattern of feedback. We've got better ideas of how to manage that particular space of risk. So that's what we're using it. But in looking at some playing with this, I think you could use this in many different ways. Josh and I talked about this in terms of being able to learn and make sense of knowledge and navigate your way through a particular space. So I think it's wherever your imagination wants to take it. But certainly it's risk. And there's lots of projects like a certain hospital that are going terribly out of time and budget.
So class, the numbers that were on the visualization, is that a data point?
Yes, it's just...
Being able to manipulate data does not have any numerical. It tells me when they turned up. I captured the risks through doing workshops. So risk number 1, first risk somebody identified. Risk number 3, like report to you, you might further on track. It gives you some sense, therefore, of what comes to mind immediately and what takes a little bit to prompt. The other end track is who said what. One thing I really want to do is now start looking at those particular structures and all the different to see my structures patterns where they're needed. You focus on this particular kind of risks. But if you are in methods for manufacturing, you focus on these parts so we can get better learning across the communities.
So I'm just wondering, when I look at that mapping, I'm thinking around in vivo is used for qualitative data analysis, and it's very static. You've got your nodes, whereas this, I think it's got more opportunity to really play and look at those relationships at different levels. So.
Question down the back.
I was very fascinated to see that you've got partial charges in energy realisation, because, sounds like a lesson learning sort of stuff. So in these kind of systems, why do you need attractive and repulsive forces? Is that then used to calculate the risk? Because certainly events like notify each other, or why do you need partial charges?
Thank you for the question. The charges have nothing to do with the risk. It's basically the risk data set is given. So each risk is considered as a particular node. So to just demonstrate it on the workspace, the node is given a charge by the tool. So that charge is calculated with respect to neighboring charges. So it just demonstrates the clusters and the way they actually are put up on the workspace.
So what determines what charge a node has? Like, is that related to the meaning in the business world?
No, it just...
algorithmic.
At this question, where
Okay.
people do some computation and identify what of your
So this is then just used for energy minimization, for minimization techniques. Oh, right. Okay, so it's not related to the meaning of it in the business world. Okay.
But it does give you some sense of structural properties. So if you change either the attraction or repulsion, you sometimes see quite significant changes to the structure.
Right, so it's like a topology or...
Yes, so you're now getting, some don't move very much, others move quite a lot. It's giving you some sense, therefore, of, if you look at a lot of the modeling in cognition, you do very tight structures, but then it's much harder to be able to break things out and work with them. Whereas if you get sort of monolithic type structures, where if you've got something much more segmented, you've got different ways of moving them.
In one way, it's just a technique of arranging the almost random set of nodes into a more understandable layout. It'll group things that are related together and repel things that aren't related apart. So it can just help with redundancy. Any other questions? Oh, Andrew Squelch.
One of the questions that was a comment. If any of you do want to explore this a little bit more, direct some emails to Andrew Squelch, and I'll put you in touch with Yak, who works with me in the visualization group. And we're happy to explore different data sets and types of data to use with this tool.
So we were calling it Yathograph before, but looks as though it's got a new name now. Business 3D, is that the thing we should be using now?
Well, we do need to get a decent name for it.
We'll have a competition for that.
The research office and the risk of centre of excellence, large grant applications.
Yes.
There you go.
All right, please join me in thanking Shree. Our next presenter is Andrei Smolik. He's currently doing a Master of Architecture in the School of Built Environment. His supervisor is Shamba Datta, and has been supported by Joshua Holick in this project, and immersive visualisation of temple reconstructions.
Thanks. Where's the... Hi everyone. Thanks everyone for coming. My name is Andrei Smolik, and I'm here to present interactive visualization of temple reconstructions. So the project statement, or what we were trying to do, is we were trying to reconstruct 7 temples in the region of Shree, etc., in Myanmar. So these are ancient temples that were constructed in the span of about 600 or 700 years, between 400 AD and 850 AD. So the main problem that we kind of facing is that in terms of reconstruction, we are looking at quite degraded structures that have been worn by time, and we are trying to get back to the way they were conceived by the original architects. So this is a South and Southeast Asian map, and here's a collection of temples that Sambit has collected over the years. So these are 3D models that I was able to recap or recapture, and the Shree Kshetra region is what I was primarily focusing on. So the other temples have been constructed already, and so we simply imported them into the new CAD engine. And the Shree Kshetra temples had to be reconstructed from scratch from point clouds. And so again, coming back to the problem of point cloud, fuzzy data into kind of more structured, more solid types of models. I'm going to talk a little bit about that. So here's a graph of how these temples are organized, and they are organized like this in the visualization as well. So again, we're not kind of going for total immersion. These are abstract kind of temples concerned with kind of absolute geometry or idealized geometry. So on the left there you have the Shree Kshetra temples, and the 6 temples were reconstructed by me, and the other temples from India, Indonesia, and Cambodia were re-imported into the Unity engine and became part of the visualization. So as part of Sambit's research, so what he's looking at and why he actually requires these temples to be kind of in this idealized form is that he's looking for patterns that occur that connect all of these temples through history and through time as well. And so it's very important to get a kind of very good handle on the kind of specifics of the geometry of these things. And so this is kind of rough outline of the methodology. So we start with, we essentially start with a collection of photographs, raw photographs that we're taking on site. We have to convert them into a point cloud using photogrammetry software tools like Photoscan, Visual SFM. Then what we do is we create geometry, and we usually do it with a 3D package like Rhino 3D. We use analysis tools like Grasshopper and a plugin for Grasshopper called Volvox. Grasshopper is an algorithmic plugin for Rhino that allows us to do different sort of analysis and reconstruction. And so this process there is reiterative, so we refine geometry that way, and then we import it into the game engine, which is Unity 3D, which has been discussed previously, and we use different scripts and refinements when we're trying to kind of assemble different parts of it in the engine. I'm going to be talking a little bit about the methodology. So we import the photographs into Photoscan, work out the camera positions, and that generates a point cloud. Depending on the quality of stitching, we can generate colored point clouds. In some unlucky cases, we weren't able to create color points, but it doesn't really matter because in the visualization, we decided to keep everything monochrome. So here's an example of one of the reconstruction process. So this is one of the temples in Shree, etc., called East Zigu Temple. So in this case, we have quite a bit of data. We have the inside and outside of the temple in the form of these 2 point clouds. Now, we have attempted to reconstruct it using algorithmic ways. So this is a screenshot of Grasshopper and a script that essentially slices through the point cloud and then finds a path that basically represents a section through that cut. And if you do it in a number of ways, aligned to different planes, you can then begin to create a scaffolding for the model to kind of emerge. Now, the problem is the script at the moment does not have kind of feature recognition. So it's very dumb in a way because it doesn't really know that the part of the temple is symmetrical or not. So this is one of the things that we want to explore in the future, to be able to kind of build in feature recognition. So these things become kind of proto curves, which we then refine, or in some cases, it is much easier to kind of reconstruct it from scratch as well. So there are instances where the kind of tracing of the point clouds is occurred, like in this example here. So usually what we do is we take the orthographic views of different elevations and plan. And then usually what happens with these temples is there's a translational surface that sweeps the planar curves. So in this case, it's done in multiple parts because the temple is quite complex and it has multiple kind of objects nested in it. So this kind of represents the inside and the outside that were constructed separately and then matched together to create the final product. So these are a couple of shots that were taken that show the point cloud on the left. So in this case, the point cloud was not color. In the center, we have the solid model, which is the revolution. And so this model is actually a NURBS model, which is essentially a very precise kind of model. And then on the right, we have a kind of simple analysis of how far these points deviate from the reconstructed NURBS surface. And so there are some interesting features that you can see in some of these analyses where sometimes you get torsion or twisting or leaning. And you can actually see the red areas is where it's further away from the kind of idealized symmetry, where it's kind of diverging from that. Also, some of the photo taking methodology could perhaps be improved because a lot of the point clouds are missing the top bits because of the cameras were not taking pictures from the top. So this is again the East Zigu Temple. We have the Paya Thuong. I'm really bad at pronouncing these. So in the Unity model, what we were trying to do is to actually have a kind of visualization of the idealized model versus kind of messy point cloud. So, and the way we do this in architecture is usually by taking section cuts through the models. And to kind of export it into Unity, the kind of technique we used is voxelization, whereby we take the point cloud and we crunch it down into a kind of very complex mesh that can then be sliced through with a shader that we implemented in the Unity build, which I'm going to show you later on. And by the way, that was done in Grasshopper as well. So this is the kind of result that you get. So each cube is about 20 millimeters on each side. And here's I'm going to show you a little bit of the Unity interface and what we kind of built. So essentially, each temple represents an object with some parameters that we also implemented. So they're actually kind of smart objects. So it's quite immersive because you can walk around and kind of have a look at the temples. They're all scaled appropriately, and each temple has kind of a series of parameters of information, location, date, position in terms of lat-long coordinates, which you can then interact with. And also, what you're seeing in the center there is the sectioning tool that we built that allows you to section through the idealized model as well as the voxel cloud. And you can kind of see the juxtaposition there where it's diverting away from the idealized model as well. Future work. So this kind of line of research is a little bit different. So we're looking at algorithms for feature detection in the future for things like segmentation, surface fitting. So I was looking the other day at Seagull, which is a computer-generated algorithmic library that allows you to detect these different things. And then, in the future, we will be more kind of be able to reconstruct these more efficiently. Also, kind of start building like a proper database for these temples, and also link them back into Unity so you're able to interact with these temples based on their feature sets. Find ways of connecting Grasshopper, which is that algorithmic tool in our CAD engine, to Unity to be able to do analysis more seamlessly. And explore ways in which temples are visualized in Unity engine. So at the moment, it's like a standard first-person perspective. There's no terrain. It's very abstract. But there are other ways of visualizing it, and it would be interesting to see maybe when you guys have a chance to kind of go through the visualization to maybe make some suggestions to us or something like that. I would just like to thank Professor Sambadata, who's my supervisor, High Manager Andrew Woods for allowing me to participate in this experiment, and obviously the staff members Josh, Jesse, and Nick, and Stephanie. Thank you.
Any questions from the audience?
How accurate, have you been able to measure how accurate the point cloud taken from 2D photos is in reality?
How accurate it is? No. I mean, Josh would be able to answer this question a little bit better.
It's been interesting to see the interpretation of 2D information.
Yeah.
So to answer that question, it partly depends on how you. So it depends on how you actually take the photos and a few other things like that. But often with, say, a laser scan, you can get maybe 5mm accuracy with LiDAR, yeah. With photographs, you can get about the same. Sometimes it's better, sometimes it's worse. Partly it's a combination of resolution of your camera and the material properties. So you can also have a look at some of those point clouds and meshes generated from it. You can see a sort of ripple in it. So from most of those, from the photography, it's probably about 2 to 3, maybe 4 or 5 centimeters in some cases, in some areas. But the flat planes on it are maybe 2 centimeters.
Any other questions? Marina?
Is this the same kind of technology that was used for the column, where it was taking the images there and then developing the 3D representation?
Yeah, so the question is whether the, well, one of the techniques here is the same as what was used on the Sydney Cormoran project. It's the photogrammetry or photogrammetric 3D reconstruction technique, thank you, which is using a series of photographs of an object to generate a 3D model of that. So yes, that's correct. It has application in many different areas, so it's having an impact quite widely, which is great to see, and it's an area that we've developed a lot of capability in and continuing to develop tools and capability in that area. So we're very keen to see those techniques being used in other disciplines, in other areas around campus as well. Any other questions? Well, please join me in thanking Andre. We'll now get set up for the demo. Some of them will take a little bit of time to get fully running, so please, by all means, go out and grab yourself a coffee. We'll come back definitely by 10 past 11, but feel free to just hang around if you like. We've got water over here, and please join us then. Thanks.
are probably usually active.
No, but it's the last, it's probably the last, let's say the most expensive Apple laptop I've ever bought.
Welcome everyone to the Hive. This is our second group of presentations for today. We've had five interns this morning. We're using we're experimenting with a few new techniques today. We're actually live streaming the talks to YouTube. Our link is available via our Twitter channel, so if you just type in this address here, you can get the link to our YouTube stream via that. How many people actually use YouTube? Use Twitter, I should say. A few people, so you might like to follow us at the same time. Plug, plug. We're also using a sort of like an audience feedback tool called Slido. So this address here will get you to the to our register of online questions. Not much activity this morning, but if you feel inclined, we did actually have maybe 4 or 5 remote viewers of the YouTube channel this morning. So yeah, so if there's more people watching over YouTube this afternoon, they can feel free to ask questions through that app, and I'll check the list of questions as that progresses. What else? We'll be breaking at about 3 o'clock for about 20 minutes, half an hour. People can go out to Aroma if you like and grab a coffee or a tea from there, but just remember that there's no food and drink allowed in the Hive. Water's okay. And then after the break, we'll be having demonstrations on the screens. This morning's demos were all very well attended and very ably demonstrated the various student projects, so definitely stick around for that. We're sort of nominally running until 4:30 today, so feel free to stick around and see all of the different projects. And our first talk this afternoon, let me just grab my notes, is Wei Han, who's doing a mining engineering degree. And his project is being supervised by Carla Bowl, I forget the pronunciation. Close, I'm sorry. Andrew Squelch and Janice Jantz, both all from the WA School of Mines. So Wei's looking very nervous. Make him feel at home. Over to you, Wei. Oh, sorry, I better give you a microphone.
All right. Hello, everyone. Thanks for coming to my presentation. My name is Wei Han, and today I'm going to do a presentation on my Hive summer internship. And the topic is virtual environments for mining safety and equipment maintenance tactics and research. So, as we all know, safety is one of the most important things in mining industry, and it's related to the social acceptance of, a certain operation. And however, as a student myself, I find it's quite hard for us to get the opportunity or the chance to actually to go underground and see the underground mines, simply because it is a very dangerous environment, and the mining companies are reluctant to offer those opportunities. However, interactive virtual reality simulation offers one source of such a training. It is a computer-based, game-based technology, and with the aim to provide realistic simulation of real mine environments. And it can also provide on-site experience, to the students and also to the workers. It supports visualization of environments that may not be easily accessible during mine operations, such as the working area, for example, such as the working area of continuous miner and other, moving equipment. So the objectives of my project is to develop and implement a mining safety model to train and educate employees and students, and also to develop equipment maintenance model for employees and students. And also I'm looking at the possibility of having a compatible version to be used in Kalgoorlie Warzone campus. So let me start with some simple terms. So the hazards and the risks. So the hazard is refers to anything that can cause harm. For example, a chemical, electricity, or even letters. A risk describes how great the chance that someone will be harmed by the hazards. So this risk matrix, which is used for risk assessments, as you can see, anything that ranks, as high or above high, must have a control measures for that. So in terms of control measures, we have to look at the hierarchy of controls. So from the top to the bottom, we have the most effective controls, such as remove and substitution, and the least. Also, we have the least effective controls, such as human behavior. For the remove, basically, is to eliminate the hazards. For substitution, which means you find an alternative way of doing the job. For the engineering and isolation, basically involves redesign and also involves isolate people or workers from the working area, the dangerous working area. Administration, which means through providing safety trainings and also provide proper procedures for workers to follow. So the personal protective equipment involves in providing equipment such as glasses, helmets, and also reflective uniforms. For the human behaviors, it involves in the situational awareness. For example, quick response to the dangerous situation. So this graph actually outlines the risk management process. So basically, at the very beginning, we have to establish the context. Follow that, we have to identify, analyze, and evaluate those risks. And at the very end, we have to treat these risks with proper control measures. And during these whole processes, you have to communicate and consult with other people. And also, you have to monitor and review those risks and the control measures. So for the maintenance strategies, there are two broad categories of maintenance strategies. One is corrective maintenance. Another one is preventive maintenance. For the corrective maintenance, it includes run-to-failure maintenance, which also called breakdown maintenance, which means we don't fix the stuff until it actually breaks. For the preventive maintenance, can be divided into two categories. One is it's called systematic maintenance, which is also called scheduled maintenance. For example, if you have a car, right? So basically, you have to do a service for your car, based on a certain time frame. We call it scheduled. So, for example, maybe every 6 months or every 10 kilometers it once. For conditional based maintenance, for example, if you feel your car brake doesn't work well, you probably want to send your car into factory for a service, right? For the brake only, right? That's what we call conditional based. So there are actually four brief steps involved in completing these projects. So first, I have to identify the risks and hazards in the given coal underground mine. Then I have to determine the control measures for each of these risks. After that, I have to do research on the equipment tactics for the given equipment. And finally, I have to design scripts in Unity and also assign interactive behaviors to those game objects. So those are the hazards has been identified in the given context. So the black things you can see is actually the roadway or the access way in the given underground coal mine, and the white things are the room and the pillow, actually the pillows of the coal mine. So from the start points, just follow the red line, right? So you have the headers like fines and the belts, and also missing guards, hydrant headers, and you even have water over intersections, have headers actually related to continuous miner, and also stone dust explorer, etc. And the control methods haven't been listed here due to the limited space. So in terms of the interactive behaviors, I'm actually looking at the first one is trigger system. I want to design two trigger systems. One is the area trigger, the other one is touch trigger. So the area trigger, I call it area trigger is because when a certain game object, for example, when the player work within the radius of this trigger, then a certain event will pop up. And also for the touch trigger is when you touch the game object, certain game object, and a dialog, maybe a dialog display box will pop up. Also, I need a dialog display, actually 2 different types of dialog displays. One is called information display, which means it's only used for showing basic information, while for the options display, you actually are giving different options like, like multiple choice questions. So you can choose just by clicking on each answer, which one you think is correct. After your selection, you will have, you actually will get a response from the Unity software. And also, I need a shuttle car movement scripts for just to assign this behavior to the shuttle car. I'm trying to make the shuttle car move from the continuous miner and to the feed breaker in the system. And also, I need a performance record system just to record the individual's performance through the assessment. And also some other complexities such as spotlights and the location transfers, different functions. So have a look at my scripts design. The one on my actually right is animation control script. It's a very short one and easy one. So basically, this means when I get the key code Y on the keyboard down, then the animation will play. If I get the key code U on the keyboard down, then the animation will stop. So those are all the scripts that I designed. For example, info options and the info tips. I'm not going into much detail into this because it's just programming, right? So I have a short demo video just to quickly show you what I mean by that. So I probably need to exit its mode. It's just not working properly. So this is what I call an area trigger, and that's the box just to show the basic information. So you can see the brackets actually is not lowered, right? So you have different options, which I call options display. So you can choose and you can get a response. Okay. So in terms of the equipment maintenance tactics, so I have 2 pictures to show here. So the one on the top is the load and haul unit in underground coal mine. The bottom one is a continuous miner for development. So for the load, actually these even though they are different, they actually share, through my research, they actually share very similar maintenance tactics. For example, you all need to do external check of the machines, and also you have to check the fluids levels, like hydraulic oil, coolant, grease, and engine oil, etc. And also you have to do test the video and the audio warning devices and the lights. And also a scheduled maintenance have to be done maybe every 5,000 hours and also 2,500 hours based on the recommendations. And any failures, you have to call the workshop and let your supervisor know. So in terms of benefits of the projects, so they are actually detailed and realistic operating mines, so which can provide full immersions for the trainers. And also workers and the students can be better prepared for the dangers of coal mining environment. And also it has flexibility by providing trainings for new employees through to mine officers. So to conclude, so virtual reality simulators have already been developed for safety and environment. And it is the reason why we choose underground coal mines because it is an obviously dangerous environment and with massive costs tied to downtime. And also complex training can be made very fun through virtual reality simulators. My recommendations to make the projects better in the future, one is to an improved database is required, because for making a record system, because the record system I currently develop is quite simple, because I don't really have a proper database for this, and yeah. would be better if we can have one in the future. And also extra features can be added into the mine. For example, a fire situation or maybe bad communication situations. Yeah. And also it would be good if we have the chance of having a surface open cut mine in the future. Yeah. So finally, I have to say thank you to my supervisor, Carla, and Andrew, and Janice for their kindly help in completing my projects. And also, I want to say thank you to Jesse and Josh for their help in actually in the project. And also, I need to say thank you to CIC, Curtin Institute for Computation, for funding the projects. Well, that's the end of my presentation. Any questions?
Thank you, Wei. Any questions from the audience?
Yeah, well, did you ever try doing actual, instead of getting to answer multiple choices, getting to perform the tasks, so anything needed to be moved, you actually got it and moved it, rather than just, because in the real world underground you don't get an option, you don't get options.
Yeah, the reason why I'm giving the options is just, to test their knowledge, actually. I do have some, I actually add additional complexities into the Unity program. So basically, when you find something is wrong or could be a header, then you can remove it. So I do have that, flexibility, yeah.
Any other questions? No questions online at this point. Maybe as we go through.
Yeah, for the actual 3D environments, were you capturing existing underground mines, or did you sort of build that up from scratch?
Actually, both.
Okay.
Yeah.
So built up on a existing program that we have been using here in the Hive, which Andrew Squelch might be able to say a little bit more about. It's from UNSW, isn't it?
Yes, the majority of the geometry that was displayed there was done by hand in a sort of animation package for a project at UNSW. And we've taken some of that to from a different virtual environment so that we can bring it into the Unity environment and have it displayed in our particular format here. But some individual parts are then crafted from other work that's been done subsequently, but the majority was actually just hand-built by 3D model makers. But we are looking at the autonomous sort of collection of the geometries as well as part of our ongoing research to capture the mines as they are actually developed and uniquely shaped.
So I might mention we use Unity extensively with many of the projects we work on here. In one reason, because they support the quite wide diversity of different screen types here very well, but also with the projects that we do support in here, we don't want them to be confined to only being able to run here in the Hive. So an important feature of the Unity platform is that it's multi-platform, multi-screen, so anything that we develop for here can also be rolled out to just a regular flat screen computer display, or a head-mounted display, or a Google Cardboard, or any number of other different systems. I mean, there is a bit of work getting them running on each of those different systems, but at least we've got that platform flexibility. Any other questions? Well, if there's not, we might thank Wei for his presentation. And yeah, plug that into, if you've got another slots. Our next presentation is by Jemma Goodliff, who is an environmental biology student doing an undergraduate degree in the Department of Environment and Agriculture, has transferred across from a finance degree, so it's a bit of a change of topic. Her project is being supervised primarily by Ben Saunders, but with the assistance of Ewan Harvey, myself. Joshua Holix also had a considerable input into the project as well, and Alan Williams as well from CSIRO. So development of a workflow for the efficient, it's not coming up. I think we need to go here.
Go to duplicate. Just jump out. Go to there. It's not detecting it, is it? Interesting. Not sure about that. I think it's just not detecting the display.
Identifying marine life from the 2015 survey dataset of the HMSA Sydney II and the HSK Cormorant Rex. How do you click it? Nothing's working for me. Okay. Yeah, thanks. So, as many of you may be aware, in April and May of 2015, a collaborative expedition between Curtin University, the WA Museum and DOF Subsea was undertaken to capture a detailed survey of the World War II wrecks, the HMS Sydney II and the HSK Cormorant. The primary objective of this expedition was to visually map the two wrecks for the purposes of digital preservation and three-dimensional imaging, using two remotely operated vehicles and state-of-the-art imaging technology. However, this expedition also provided the unique opportunity to integrate a science program using the ROVs to collect high-quality video and still imagery of marine life inhabiting the wrecks and surrounding sea floor. The significance of this program was the rare opportunity it provided to undertake biological sampling 200 kilometres off the coast of WA in 2,500 metres depth, at 200,000 metres depth. So what's the importance of biological sampling? The deep sea is defined as the ocean extending below 200 metres depth and is recognised as one of the least understood environments on the planet. However, what study has been done indicates that it supports high levels of biodiversity. Marine biodiversity plays a key role in the provision of ecosystem services upon which society depends for resources like food and medicine. There is evidence to suggest it also helps to maintain the resilience and sustainability of ecosystems in the face of environmental change. The United Nations Convention on Biological Diversity exemplifies the importance of conserving the Earth's complete diversity of life. A crucial first step in the conservation of biodiversity is to create a knowledge base of the species that comprise it. Therefore, it is highly necessary for biological sampling to facilitate the discovery and documentation of deep sea communities. Information collected from biological sampling using underwater video and still imagery can be used to answer fundamental ecological questions about deep sea ecosystems. Very little is known about how shipwrecks influence Australia's deep water ecosystems, but there are theories to suggest that wrecks act as artificial reefs, providing favourable complex habitats for marine flora and fauna to colonise. Quantitative assessment will provide an insight into the characteristics of communities colonising the wrecks, and temporal changes in communities can also be investigated through a comparative analysis of the 2015 footage with the data collected during the 2008 discovery voyage of the Sydney Cormorant wreck sites. So during the 5-day survey period, over 50 terabytes of data was collected, comprising around 500,000 images and 300 hours of high-definition video. And this was captured using 8 camera systems per the 2 ROVs. So this enormous digital archive forms an extremely valuable scientific resource, however also presents as a significant challenge in terms of analysing the footage and imagery for marine life. Currently, the assessment of marine assemblages from underwater video is a highly labour-intensive process, which requires an experienced analyst to spend hours of time in front of a computer screen reviewing the imagery. So it was therefore the objective of this project to develop a workflow that would improve the efficiency of analysing the video and image data for deep sea organisms inhabiting the wrecks and the surrounding sea floor. And the hypothesis proposed for the ecological aspect of the project was that a greater species diversity or richness of organisms will have colonised the wrecks compared with the surrounding seafloor. So the first task in the development of a workflow was to create a video file that would allow the activity of multiple camera feeds to be viewed simultaneously for the extended period of time the ROVs were surveying the wrecks. The biggest challenge was devising an approach that would enable us to bulk import digital still sequences of one image captured every 5 seconds into video editing software. So we first attempted to do this using an edit decision list, or EDL, using the traditional format CMX 3600. An EDL is an ordered list of media sources and timecode information, which is used to rebuild video clips when transferring between editing systems. So Josh Hollick from Curtin HIVE developed a program that allowed us to automatically generate EDLs using the image file metadata. However, this approach did not prove successful due to inherent limitations of the CMX 3600 format, such as the limited number of image files able to be sourced per EDL. And obviously with 500,000 images, this was a bit of an issue. So the solution to this was to use Apple's Final Cut Pro XML interchange format, which is basically a more, for the purpose of this project, a more advanced form of EDL that enables the majority of video editing elements to be described in a widely read text-based format. And Josh was able to adapt his custom program to generate the XML documents. And then using Adobe Premiere Pro Creative Cloud 2015, we were able to import the XML documents and use them to compile 24-hour video clips from consecutive sequences of images for each of the camera systems which captured digital stills during the expedition. Sorry. So then it was simple enough to individually import the large cinematography video files into Premiere Pro, arrange them on the editing timeline, and export 24-hour clips for each underwater survey day of the expedition. The video effects functionality of Premiere Pro was then used to create multi-camera or tiled video clips, which were synchronized by time. And this was achieved by re-importing each of the 24-hour singular camera video clips for each survey day and applying motion effect to scale and position each of the videos within the video frame. And then finally, a 24-hour time code was overlaid and the overall video speed was increased to reduce playback time. So to test the effectiveness of the tiled video logs in facilitating the efficient assessment of marine life from underwater video, a proof of concept ecological case study comparing the species richness of the Sydney wreck with the surrounding bare sea floor was undertaken. Event Measure, a software for logging and archiving events occurring in digital imagery, was used to annotate each new species that came into the field of view on two of the tiled video logs, which coincided with surveys of the Sydney wreck and a transit period across the seafloor. And then a list of species generated from Event Measure was generated from Event Measure per video log and the number of species per habitat type compared. So this is just a little take of the tiled video log showing the wreck. So here you can see the tiled video logs provide a number of advantages, such as significant reduction in post-collection processing time for the ability to analyse multiple camera feeds simultaneously. It provides varying angles of the scene, because the cameras were placed in different positions on the ROVs. And this may aid in species identification, you see a shrimp there, because it may reveal distinguishing features that are otherwise concealed from another angle. And also it may detect an organism in where it's not detected in another camera. So you can see some feather stars there on the gun and some anemones. So, for example, here you can see that this camera feed provided the best angle of a morid cod here. And then again, we've got up in the top left there, the beautiful pelagic sea cucumber was captured in only that camera, which was positioned on the top of ROV 119. And then again, we've got another pelagic sea cucumber, and you can see that in that camera there, it provides the best angle of it, and you can actually see the beautiful, the orange digestive tract of that organism. And then just to give you a bit of, show you the contrast, this is a clip from the bare sea floor. So as you can see, not a lot there. They're actually taking sediment samples as well because it was a multi-purpose expedition. And I think that there's a morid cod about to swim through. See? Yep. And there's the pelagic sea cucumber again. Okay, so this is an example of how we used Event Measure to make annotations of the organisms on the tiled video logs. So when an organism enters the screen, as you can see the shrimp here, the movie player is stopped and updated in the annotation window, which is this one. And then we can use identification guides such as reference books, databases and reports to make a species identification or identification down to the lowest taxonomic level possible. If species identification was not possible, as was this case, we label it species 1, 2, 3, etc. to allow the total species numbers to be quantified. And to create an annotation, the analyst right-clicks directly on the organism, selects add a point, and then we can choose from this attributes table what we want to put in. So we've got taxonomic information, this life stage, so adult, the behaviour, maybe it was passing, and then any comments. So I've put the camera, which it was best captured in. So the results of this ecological case study, so a crude comparison of species richness appeared to support the hypothesis that a greater species diversity will colonise the wrecks compared with the surrounding sea floor, with almost double the total number of species observed on the wreck. Results also showed that sessile organisms were only observed on the wreck, supporting the idea that shipwrecks act as artificial reefs, providing a hard substrate for sessile organisms like corals and anemones to attach. So you might have noticed in the TIVE video logs there was a bit of asynchrony between the multiple camera feeds. And this was an unforeseen problem that we came across, and we believe it may have been the result of time drift in the internal clocks of the camera systems, which means that the embedded time code of the image files were not consistent with real time and each other, which made it difficult to align them up. And then ideally we'd also like to develop a customised program such as a search engine, enabling the retrieval of video sequences and image files correlating to specific time codes or a geolocation. And we would use this search engine with the TIVE video logs by entering the time code displayed on the screen when the organism enters the field of view into the search engine to retrieve all imagery files with the same time or with time codes the same as or close to the one defined, and this would be used to identify the best reference image or clip for the organism. And then also we could use geolocation to define the position of the image frame relative to the wrecks, and use this to retrieve all imagery files captured close to that point, which may be useful in the assessment of sessile organisms attached to the wreck. So future visions, we'd like to complete a quantitative assessment of all marine assemblages captured in the Sydney Cormorant visual data set. Usually underwater sampling is conducted across a two-dimensional area, e.g. like a transect. However, in surveying the wrecks, it was incorporating a complex three-dimensional structure into the sample area, as you can see here in this image quite well. Therefore, to enable the definition of statistically meaningful samples, researchers will need to standardise for surface area, which can only be achieved if the total surface area sampled by the two ROVs is quantified. And also, we might be able to semi-automate the video analysis process by applying an algorithm that can locate megafauna in the water column during the several ascents and descents of the two ROVs to and from the wrecks. So in conclusion, we were able to develop and test a workflow that significantly improves the efficiency of analysing video and image data for the purpose of biological assessment. Using the immense 2015 Sydney Cormorant digital archive, we were able to analyse over 24 hours of footage to undertake a crude comparison of species richness observed for the wreck and seafloor substratum. Although refining the workflow is an ongoing process, I believe the project was successful in demonstrating the potential of a workflow suitable for biological analysis of large volumes of underwater imagery. The project facilitated a rare opportunity to explore the life inhabiting one of the most extreme remote environments on the planet in 2,500 metres of water. This workflow will aid scientists to study deep-sea ecology of shipwrecks, providing a unique and valuable insight into the great depths of our ocean. Thanks for listening. Are there any questions?
Are there any questions? Well, you're blinding them with science. One over here from Will.
Yes.
Very nice presentation.
Thanks.
I was talk last week where they were looking at using cameras around what we call the desertified firewall network, and they were trying to look for approach to scan through all those photos, find shapes which correspond to a certain thing that they wanted, and then to automatically identify it.
Yeah.
And an option that can be done in sub-data.
Yeah, so what I was talking about before was just at the end there, semi-automating the process. So Josh believes, and Andrew believe, they have an algorithm which can actually identify shapes within the imagery over a certain size, like you were saying. And although it might not be possible when it's surveying the wreck, when we've got in the water column, where it's just got bare backgrounds, might be able to identify species that are existing there.
Okay, well, I think increasingly they can
Even.
This point is, some of the stuff that I can see.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not really my area, but yeah, that's what I've been told.
Any other questions? Down the back, Chris?
Is there any accounting for the same species coming in and out of the frame? Was there what happens if there's a fish that just kind of follows you around the whole time? Does it come up multiple times in circuit, or?
Yeah, so that's a bit of a limitation of, particularly with this imagery. Usually we'd have a transect, so as we'd go along, we'd hope that everything would be going behind us and wouldn't be attracted to the ROV, but it is recognised in the literature that yes, that is a bias, that some organisms are camera happy, so they'll come and hang around, and then there's ones that are cryptic that will hide. So we're always going to get biased towards those species, yeah. And yeah, best we can, we try to identify the organism, in the greatest detail so that we can, recognise it. But often, in this kind of situation, they may not come up to the camera. You've just got a tiny outline of it. So yeah, it is quite challenging, yeah.
Any other questions? Bobby?
It seems like a stupid question, but particularly that group that you identified was only on the wreck and nowhere else around. How did you get there?
So when they're in a juvenile stage, they are actually mobile, so they move in the currents. So yeah, so they'll basically just flow on and land on the wreck, and and then establish themselves. But often they won't find a substrate like that. But there's a soup of juveniles floating around down there. So eventually we do get species colonising and establishing effectively, or successfully, sorry. Yeah.
That term's going to stay with me for a while, soup.
Soup.
I might just point out that Josh and I worked very intensely on this particular project. Me mostly on the camera hardware.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Josh.
I was going to say it, but I just wanted to let you digest the conclusion. But yes, I would like to say thank you so much, because I depended on them a lot to get me through the video editing and the programming stuff. And also Stephanie was involved in the administration, and Ben was my representative from the biological side of things. So he helped a bit with IDing and bringing it together at the end.
And probably just a little bit more interesting than finance, perhaps.
Yes, very.
All right, well, thank you very much. Our next presenter is Cameron Duncan. He's doing a computer science and computer systems engineering degree here at Curtin. On this particular project, Josh is the primary supervisor, and I'm the co-supervisor. And the topic is distributed rendering of 3D model animations. The particular models that we've given him to experiment with are ones that we've developed from the Sydney Children Project. But the thought is that this particular topic can be much more widely used in areas where they have models or animations that need to be rendered. And it's usually a very computationally intensive process. One machine will take a very long time to do it, but if you can spread it between 1,000 machines, it'll speed the process up considerably. Sorry? Oh, Josh, where's the adapter?
Adapter for what to what?
HDMI.
DVI to HDMI.
daisy chaining several different adapters together to get the right ports.
Right, so I'll get you connected up into this.
Should work now.
It worked on Friday.
I hope you haven't broken the ground ones. Has anyone seen one display much like it was just a few minutes ago?
Mm-hmm.
Presentation USB?
Yep.
Two laptops in quick succession that don't want to recognise an HDMI port. It's probably just a little bit different from normal.
Project, they had huge amounts of photos and videos, and from that the Hive staff have reconstructed very detailed 3D models using photogrammetric 3D reconstruction, which I won't go into. But these models pose quite a challenge to actually render, because when you've got upwards of 1 million faces, just rendering it with conventional methods can be very slow. So the goal of the project was to develop a system to distribute this rendering to multiple machines so that we can use as much computing power as possible for the rendering. So the rendering method we want to use is ray tracing, because it gives a very realistic and high quality images. So the basic, but it is very slow. So the basic idea is that for each pixel on the screen, you fire a ray that goes through that pixel and then test if it hits an object. And if it hits an object, you fire more rays for reflection or refraction if you have any, and then test if they hit an object, and so on and so forth. And you also test if that object you hit is illuminated by any light sources, and from that you get the color of each pixel. But when you're doing this, even on a standard desktop display at 1920 by 1080 resolution, you've got over 2 million pixels with at least 2 rays per pixel, quite often a lot more. So as you might imagine, that takes a huge amount of computing power to render. So there's 2 main bits of third-party software that we've used for this project. First is PovRay, which is an established open source ray tracer. It's been around for quite a long time. So we're using that for all the ray tracing. It's good in that it can be used from the command line, although it's not exactly designed for that, but it works. And then we're also using HTCondor, which is a high throughput computing software, and that it allows us to distribute the rendering across multiple computers. So a brief description on how HTCondor works. It creates a pool of computers that advertises a number of slots where jobs can run. So when you install HTCondor on every computer in your pool, and then so the way we've got it set up at the moment, each CPU core is 1 slot. So if you've got a standard desktop computer with a 4-core CPU, you'll have 4 slots to run. Join 100 of those computers together, you've got 400 slots. And then a user can submit a job to the pool, and that job will run on whichever machines meet the requirements for that job. So if you need a gigabyte of memory, then it will only run on machines with at least a gigabyte of memory, and so on. And one of the big benefits is that HTCondor will stop running jobs on a particular machine when it's in use, if you configure it that way. So the idea is that a user can have HTCondor on their computer, and when they're not using it, it will run jobs, and then when they need to use it for something to do their own work, HTCondor will stop running jobs. And the jobs will also run in the background so that you never even know that they're running. So actually using PovRay with HTCondor is not as simple as one would hope, because PovRay often displays message boxes like the ones below, and you need to click OK on them for it to continue rendering. Now when HTCondor is running everything in the background, you can't see the message boxes, so you can't click OK on them. So basically we have to not make it produce any message boxes by not giving it any reason for that. Now the bottom left message box, if you can actually read it, it says something about it can't find some registry entries. So PovRay needs a registry entry telling it where it's installed. If it doesn't find that, it pops up that message box. It will keep running if you click OK, but that's not an option for us. So we have to create a script that will update the registry before we run PovRay through HTCondor to get around that. And then we also have to use the right configuration file for PovRay so that the options that produce message boxes are turned off, or like the message boxes are hidden. So for actually creating scenes to render, I've developed a Python program that will create various things, including camera movements, some special camera types so that we can render images for the special displays in the Hive, like the cylinder and the dome, and also in stereoscopic 3D. And it will add some light sources, and also it can generate the INI files, which PovRay uses to determine the resolution and the animation options and things like that. So this little image is a sequence rendered from one of the cameras generated. So it's simply a camera that rotates about a fixed point at a certain distance and height. So a quick note on the scaling of actually rendering with ray tracing. PovRay is completely multi-threaded, so if you have a, say, 40-core CPU, it will use 40 cores to render. But you'll note here the pass time, which is actually the time to read in the input files, is constant no matter how many threads PovRay runs in. So there is no benefit to using more CPU cores in terms of pass time, which is quite significant for us because we're dealing with models with upwards of 1 million faces. Those files are over 100 megabytes. So the pass time is actually a very significant proportion of the total time it takes to render a frame, especially at lower resolutions like 1920 by 1080. For that reason, when we're running PovRay with HD Condor, we run it single-threaded. So it only uses one CPU core. And this means that the pass time is a lot less of a bottleneck because we can pass 30 different files at the same time by running 30 different instances of PovRay at once. So the overall workflow we have is firstly convert the OBJ models created by the photogrammetric reconstruction into something that PovRay can actually read. There's a couple of third-party programs that can do this. We've been using one called PoseRay. This is quite a minor part of the process though. Then actually create a scene that contains the object or the model. That's done manually, and also that you can add any special effects like underwater effects or things like that in this process, or if you want to put multiple models to render them in the same scene, you can do that too. So then create the camera paths and lighting using the Python scripts. That's using the tools that I've developed. And they can also create the HD Condor submit files so that we can render one long animation sequence in chunks of, say, 2 or 3 frames at a time, and each machine will go off and render those independently. Then you actually submit the jobs to HD Condor and wait a while and get a cup of coffee while it renders everything, and then probably go to sleep because it takes a long time, especially when you're rendering a couple of thousand frames. And then once you've got all those frames 2 or 3 days later, you can render the actual video from the frames you've generated. So if you were to just render, I'll go on to the next slide. This is a video that we've created using this process. Please play it. And I'll play the video manually. Sorry, I'm not very good with maybe I won't play the video. All right.
That's what happens when you try and make Cameron switch over from a PC to a Mac. That's the right purpose.
Yeah.
Fortunately, we have a second backup.
Always create backups, guys. It's not going full screen. Just enter. Right. Okay. Change of tactic. So we've rendered a couple of images of these models at the full resolution of this tile display. It's one of the advantages of ray tracing is you can render silly high resolutions. Anyway, what I was going to say before is so the video I was trying to play is only 16 seconds long, but it's 960 frames. On my desktop computer, each frame takes a minute or two to render. If I were to just run that, it would be going for a day and a half straight. Just constant rendering. If I wanted to do it in stereoscopic 3D, as we have done, that's 3 days of constant rendering. Whereas with the Hive, with the Condor pool we've got set up, we have around about 130 slots. So we can render 130 frames simultaneously, which cuts the total time down to something a lot more manageable. I don't have any hard numbers, but it would probably finish in one night. So we've rendered a couple of video sequences, or a couple of sets of frames like that, which took about 3 or 4 days. But that was close to 6,000 frames at 4K resolution. So this particular image is what we've been referring to as the HAX. I think it's some sort of sensor array. Andrew, correct me if I'm wrong.
Which is like a rangefinder.
Yeah.
A high-tech form of binoculars, I guess.
Yeah. So, yeah, binoculars, if you will. You can also see there's bits of marine life. I believe this is some sort of anemone. So we've also got, this is the bow of the HMAS Sydney. And again, you can see a lot of detail in it from the models, like all the bits of the rusticles, which have formed over the years. And the anchor. Somewhere up here, you can't see it from this camera angle, but there's some Roman numerals to measure the depth of the bow, like the water level. They are actually visible from the right camera angle. That's the sort of detail we have. This object, you might recognize it from one of the last slides of Jemma's presentation. I believe it's the same thing that was in hers. It's the float from a seaplane. You can even see the, I guess it's another anemone?
Feather star.
Feather star, thank you. That's attached to it. This is actually quite a low detail model. It's only about, I think it was less than 100,000 polygons, whereas most of the others are close to 1 million. And then this is a still frame from the video, or I was trying to play, although at a higher resolution. This is 2 boats that have sort of collapsed on top of each other. This is the highest detail model that I think is around about 1.3 million polygons. You can see the models are not perfect. There's a couple of gaps around here where I guess the cameras didn't capture that area properly, so it wasn't able to be reconstructed properly. But it's still very detailed. All right, that's all I've got at the moment. So.
Are there any questions?
Yep.
Down the back, Chris.
Thank you, guys. What software are you using for the video generation at the end once you have your frames?
So the question was, what software are we using to render the video? The answer is various. We've tried FFmpeg, which worked reasonably well for simple videos. Josh had something else that he was using that I've forgotten the name of. But in theory, pretty much any video editor is capable of doing it. The only question is whether it can output the right resolution. Encoding 4K video is surprisingly difficult. And in theory, we can render higher resolution, although it's not necessarily, we don't necessarily have displays that support it. Anyone else? Yep.
Is there scope to, I guess, distribute that processing across the wider sort of Curtin campus?
Yeah, so thanks for asking that, because I forgot to mention it. In theory, HD Condor is scalable to hundreds of thousands of machines. I don't think we have that many on campus, but the only thing preventing us from using pretty much all the machines on campus is the IT administrators.
Of which we have some here, by the way.
So if any of them are listening, yeah, it's scalable up to huge levels. Anyone else?
Well, I just want to give Cameron a pat on the back for recovering from 2 almost catastrophic failures, but he's still managed to give a coherent presentation.
Yep. We will have some actual videos actually playing in the demonstrations after all the presentations.
So I think
hope.
your content's going to be running on the 4K displays.
Yep.
Yep.
Yep, it'll be on that TV over there.
Just see that over there. And all of the presentations you've seen so far, and the ones still to go, will be shown on the various screens around us in the demonstration session afterwards. So please join me in thanking Cameron. Everyone cross your fingers, please. This will be our, hopefully our third, no, it'll be our last technical problem, and we'll be able to just directly plug in. Is it going to recognise? Yeah, it looks as though it's decided it doesn't like Windows at all. All right, now I'm not going to dance, but I'm just going to let Josh and Jesse step in. So there is something for consistency of technical problems. We're going back to the Mac again. We just need to get... Hopefully the videos play okay. We do have a PC, but that doesn't want to be recognised either, so we'll see how we go. So Jessica Fernanda is an environmental science student and is actually on exchange from Brazil. She'll be heading back to Brazil shortly, having spent her time here, and fortunately she was happy to stay here over Christmas and summer to do the internship. Her project has been supervised by Will Rickard and Joshua Hollick, and is titled Developing 3D Imaging for Scanning Electron Microscopes. And I know that Jess does have some video in her presentation, so fingers crossed. All right, so if I can get you click that on.
Okay.
Over to you, thank you.
Thank you. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jessica. I'm going to present to you the project that I proudly developed with Dr. William Rickard and Joshua. It's called Developing 3D Imaging for Scanning Electron Microscopes. So the aim of our object was to develop a methodology for the John Daletta Center here at Curtin on how to create data collection suitable for 3D reconstruction. So we were investigating all the SEM working conditions that we should apply on creating a data collection aiming this purpose, applying photogrammetry. So photogrammetry is the science of making measurements from photographs, and these can be applied on 3D reconstruction. So we basically have a data set of 2D images, and from this kind of data collection we can reconstruct a point cloud model with a 3D shape. And we used PhotoScan, which is a software package that applies photogrammetry on 3D reconstruction. But for our project, we didn't use conventional photographs as normally applied with photogrammetry. We used micrographs, which are SEM, scanning electron microscope images. So I will give you a brief background on scanning electron microscopy. So scanning electron microscope, or SEM, as I will call it from now on, It's a really powerful machine capable to achieve a 1 nanometer resolution with high depth of focus. And this is possible because, as the name suggests, it uses an electron beam to scan the sample surface instead of light, as used in conventional light microscopes. And this image shows the SEM that we have at the John Delata Center. And as you can see, it's a big machine in comparison to the conventional small light microscopes, although their imaging principle is roughly the same. So this image here on your left-hand side shows that the scanning electron microscope has an electron beam that travels all the way down the SEM column to scan the sample surface. And this interaction, electron beam and sample surface, releases electrons and other types of energy. And they are detected, and this information is displayed on the SEM screen as a micrograph. And by changing the type of detector, we have a different outcome. So we have briefly two main detectors, which are secondary electrons detector and backscattered electrons detector. And by changing them, you have a different way to look at the micrograph, even though you have the same sample. So our challenge was to find out, establish which SEM parameters we need to consider, which type of detector we should use on creating a data collection aiming 3D reconstruction, and how to create this data collection, how many micrographs a data collection should have. So type of detector is just one parameter among many others. And another parameter I would like to highlight is scan speed, which is the speed with which the electron beam scans the sample surface. So it conventionally ranges from 1 to 10, with higher values of scan speed, meaning slow scanning. So when you slow the scan speed, you actually acquire more information from that interaction electron beam sample surface. So you basically have a better looking image, better resolution. So this is scan speed 1. These micrographs shows a microcapsule for drug delivery at scan speed 1. So this kind of micrograph we can take in less than a second. And for this one, we actually need to wait 6 minutes for each micrograph. So for practical use, maybe this kind of scan speed is not that suitable. So we were investigating which scan speed is effective, like regarding time to acquire and quality of the final model, right? So getting into our methods, we had 5 different samples used in this experiment. We had diatoms, which are microscopic marine algae. Zircon crystals, zircon is a mineral. Microcapsules for drug delivery, laser pits, and human hair. All right? So we have prepared these samples for observation, and then we placed them in the SEM stage. And we have combined very different values of angles of view and SEM parameters. So this image here is showing the sample stage inside the SEM chamber tilted 45 degrees towards the electron beam. So as you could notice maybe for the previous presentations, in photogrammetry we aim to take pictures of our target object from many different angles and many different perspectives. So conventionally with photogrammetry, you just move around with your camera, but with scanning electron microscopes, our detectors are in a fixed position. So we can just we can just move the sample stage. So you combine different values of stage tilt with stage rotation regarding different angles of view. And SEM parameters, we have tested many different values of accelerating voltage, magnification, detector type, and scan speed. So what we found, we have established 2 main methodologies on how to acquired an effective data collection of each sample. The first one is using an automatic stage tilt function. So basically, you set on the SEM to go automatically from minus 15 degrees to plus 35 degrees stage tilt. So this gives us a 50 degrees wide data set. At 0 degrees stage rotation, so every 2.5 degrees, we take 1 micrograph. So this gives us a data set with 20 micrographs. And we repeat the same procedure at stage rotation 45 and stage rotation 90. This gives us 3 data sets, so total of 60 micrographs in a data collection, all right? This image here shows basically the acquisition process. So here on my right-hand side, every caption refers to one blue square. This appears as a blue thick line, but actually there are multiple blue squares altogether, and they represent one camera position, like a camera position, so representing 1 micrograph. So at 0 degrees stage rotation, we have 20 micrographs, and then 45 degrees, 20, and then 90 degrees, 20, so 60 micrographs in this data set, in this data collection. And then alternatively, you can also do at 0 degrees stage rotation and then 120 to 40 degrees. Both work perfectly well for laser bits. And this is how the model looks like. This is the photoscan outcome. So we have a dense cloud model and a wireframe model. And the good thing with photoscan, it's very user-friendly layout, and they give you many different options on how to visualize your model. And this is the laser pit. Our second well-established methodology was combining a fixed value of stage tilt with stage rotation 360 degrees around the sample. So we have tilted the sample stage in 45 degrees, and then we rotate the sample stage in 360 degrees, stopping at every 5 degrees to acquire a micrograph. So this gives us one data set with 72 micrographs. This is how the acquisition process looks like. So we have the sample in the middle, and again, every blue square represents 1 camera position, so 1 micrograph is acquired at each one of these positions, so 72 cameras around this sample. And this is how the model looks like. Thanks, Cameron, for rendering this. We just heard from him before. His video doesn't work, but mine did. And this is photoscan outcomes. So a dense cloud model and wireframe and tile model of the 2 zircon crystals. Same process for the, microcapsules. So we have many different ways to observe it with photoscan. And yeah, this is how it looks like. And these are the diatoms. This is not Cameron's program. This is Mac, maybe. Well, okay, so I think you could have an idea how it looks like, how it's supposed to look like. Hello? Jess? Good. So just briefly to summarize, we have 2 main methodologies that are working well for these samples that we had. So the first one using an automatic stage tilt function on the SEM. The second one using a fixed value of stage tilt combining with stage rotation. And 2 main differences that we have between these 2 is regarding values of scan speed. So for that methodology, we could go for scan speed 4, and it was okay. We believe that this is because the sample, like the laser pit, there's a lack of excessive 3D information, as we can see here. It's very, very detailed sample. So you actually need to go all the way around it to capture all the information you can to have a good model. So for this one, we use scan speed 6, so around 2 minutes each micrograph. So 72 micrographs around it. And second main difference is values of increment. And by increment, I mean the gap between one micrograph and the following one, the second. So we use 2.5 degrees increment on this methodology to compensate the short degrees wide. For this one, for example, we have used 50 degrees wide stage rotation, so we go every 2.5 degrees. For this one, as we went all the way around, we can go every 5 degrees and it's fine. We have done tests with this data set every 20 degrees, every 10, and every 15, and it didn't work. So the minimum that from between the values we tested, 5, it's the minimum that you need to use. And from a theoretical perspective, I would suggest to use off-axis secondary electrons detector when acquiring these kind of data collections. Although this parameter is very flexible, you can actually change the type of detector to according to how your sample looks like. So photogrammetry doesn't care about how your image was made, but just essentially how it looks like. If it looks okay with a balance of brightness and contrast, it's fine. And a second suggestion would be using depth mode on the column settings to maximize depth of focus on images. And finally, our main conclusion was that methodologies are very sample dependent. And for example, this image here is showing a synthetic laser pit in a silicon platform. And as you can see, the background is very flat. And the sample itself, it's very symmetrical and also flat. So Photoscan cannot work with this kind of data set, nor with the methodologies that we have developed. Because of the lack of 3D information, it doesn't know how to distinguish one feature from another and work effectively. So we don't have successful models from these kind of samples. So your sample must be, firstly, should present 3D features so you can have a good result. And yeah, once you achieved your 3D model, you can measure volume, you can print it, you can do many things. And that's it. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Jess. Are there any questions from the audience? I've got one. How many hours of time did you spend on the scanning electron microscope machines?
Well, after we have established well the methodologies, like the first methodology, you can just quickly in 15 minutes have a 60 micrographs data set. But for the second one, it requires at least an hour to go all the way around to have these 72 micrographs. And this is just the acquisition process time on the SEM. So in Photoscan, you spend like another 2.5 hours.
Of processing?
Yeah, of processing, yeah.
So I heard you were sort of basically on standby all the time for any spare time that was available on these machines. Is that right, Will? Yeah. Any other questions from the audience? Thought I saw a hand. No? Ari must have one. Have you seen anything like this in your...
someone over there.
Oh, Jonathan.
With photoscan, as you pointed out in the last slide, having a fairly featureless or a sample lacking in texture makes it difficult to reconstruct the model. Is there an opportunity to introduce texture onto the base of the sample to help photoscan achieve that?
Yeah, there is. You can kind of create laser pits in textured surfaces, for example. We have tried that, but unfortunately we were not that successful in reconstructing it. But yeah, that's a way to force photoscan to recognize the features. You find a good background, and then you place your sample there, and then that's it.
Was the sample background you were trying a grid-based one or more irregular?
Sorry?
Was the background you were placing on the base a regular pattern, or were you trying something irregular?
No, actually, the background that I refer to is where the sample is placed. You know what I mean? It's not something that you put in. You need to prepare your sample on that kind of surface, you know, so textured surface. Or did that answer your question?
A regular repeating pattern, or was it irregular pattern?
No, yeah, it needs to be very irregular, as much irregular, like with unique features better. Okay. No?
Okay, I'll grab the microphone.
Oh, yeah, sure.
So please join me in thanking Jess for a presentation. I might provide a little bit of background for those of you who weren't here this morning for the presentations. All of our interns receive a scholarship to support the 10 weeks of work they put into this project. It was a competitive process. The supervisors put in a project proposal, and then separately the students select a project that they'd be interested in, and don't be distracted. And separately put in an application, and then they're assessed. And so we were very pleased with the high quality of the applicants and the projects, and I think you'll agree that there's a lot of interesting stuff that's we've been able to support over this period. 10 students under the HIVE intern scheme, and in part the reason I mention this is that Chris Norman here has been supported under the Pawsey internship scheme, which is a very similar scheme. So similar, in fact, that we actually copied the Pawsey scheme for the HIVE scheme. So successful it was worth reproducing here in the HIVE. Chris has been supported through the Pawsey internship scheme, and the project has also been co-supervised by the State Library of Western Australia as well. So Chris is a mechatronics student, and this is more of a cultural heritage project. So over to you, Chris.
Thank you. Cheers. Okay, good afternoon. My name's Chris Norman, and I'm going to be telling you about how we used a supercomputer to perform image analysis and feature matching on a photographic archive to add value to the collection. Okay. Now, I'm going to quickly detail a little bit about the State Library collection that we've been provided with. Essentially, it's a set of images, so archival images. Some are digital, a lot of them are film scans, and each of these images has a set of associated metadata with it, things like the title, who took the photo, what's inside the picture, the location, so on and so forth. Now, we're not talking a small amount of images. We're not talking 1, 4. In fact, we're actually talking about 700,000 altogether. Now, when you come to that amount of volume of images, there's lots of opportunities whereby looking at the pixels and the data inside the images themselves can potentially add value to the collection as a whole. And my clicker seems to be, there we go. How do we add value? Well, a good way to start is by collecting and clustering groups of related images together, images of the same thing. Once we have that, we can do things with them, like perform 3D reconstructions, as some of the other interns have been talking about. We can create panoramas out of them, and we can also collect and share and compare and contrast some of the metadata within those images. So that's a little bit of the background and the scope of what we're working on. Now I'm going to go into a little bit more technical details about how we achieve that. Now, in order to actually compare and match the features between images, Rather than looking at the pixel data itself, we actually perform mathematical transformations on the image to extract the features out. Now, the mathematical transform that I'm talking about is the scale invariant feature transform. That's what we used over here. There's some good background on it. It's basically some mathematical integrals and that sort of thing which run over it. But each one of these set of vectors represents one feature in the image. When we look at a pair of images, we can compute them and find matching points in both the images here. Now, this is an example that I've taken from the internet, but this is the basic idea behind it. The idea is that if we have buildings or pictures of, say for example, the same building in multiple images across the State Library collection, performing this kind of technique can help us to identify and match the pictures together. Now, here's what I did. I converted all the State Library images into something that would be compatible with our feature extraction software. I took the Hive image matching code base for distributed computing, which Josh Hollick has worked on for the Sydney Common project, and modified that to process the State Library dataset. I processed the whole dataset on the Pawsey supercomputer, so with 50 million image matches. Probably over, I don't have the exact figure, but it was over 100,000 core hours on the supercomputer, and it took about a week of actual sort of runtime. Afterwards, I wrote Python and Bash scripts to sort of take the data out of there and post-process it, and I implemented a couple of different image clustering algorithms on that data. Here's some of the things that I used to actually make that happen. So we used a program called GPU SIFT to extract the features, obviously the feature matching code base that I was talking about before. We had to go at PhotoScan as well, as some of the other interns have been using, to try and perform some 3D reconstructions. We obviously made use of the Magnus supercomputer at Pawsey, and we visualized the matches using Unity. Ooh, okay. So why use a supercomputer for this? Well, as I say, we have 700,000 images in total. Pawsey has provided, the State Library has provided us with 10,000 of those images. But even with 10,000 images, it's a lot of different matches that you have to make. And in fact, it's 500,000, as I said before. To run it on a regular computer, you can do it, but it's going to take potentially weeks and months of time. So we're going to parallelize the problem, split it into independent tasks, and run it on Magnus, the supercomputer. Now, basically, the way that we would do this is that we split up everything and all the different matches. We break them into into chunks, and we will auto-submit them onto the supercomputer, and essentially run them all in parallel. Now, this will make a little bit of sense on the next slide. Okay. You can visualize the problem like this. We have, in this case, a set of 19 images. Now, each image needs to be computed against one another to determine whether or not the features match. Each one of these little white squares represents one job of feature matching. Obviously, you don't need to match each image against itself or against the other ones. That's why we're looking at sort of more of a triangle diagram here. What we're doing with Magnus is we're breaking this up into chunks here. Each one of these coloured blocks represents one job that's submitted over to the supercomputer. Now, these can be all run at the same time because they don't depend on one another. And by doing this, we can speed up the amount of time that, that is required. Okay, sorry, just jump back. Okay, and here's some of the results. This is a 100 image test set that we started out with before we scaled it up to the full 10,000 images. And basically the numbers that you're seeing here represent how well the images match together. You can see that for a fair amount of the collection, they don't match quite well, but there are some here, the images shaded in blue. Yes, can you, you're right. Oh, okay. Here we go. So these ones here that have actually matched quite well. Now, the images are arranged sequentially, so images of the same collection that have been uploaded together are all listed like one after another, and that's what we can expect with these ones that are on the diagonal, that these images are potentially images, say, of the same panorama where it's all been uploaded together in the same collection, just one after the other. Say somebody's moving the camera like this, and you get a match of images. We also have what's interesting up here which is image matching between two different collections. So this is something where the images have not been necessarily related together or uploaded at the same time. Potentially two different people have taken pictures of the same building, and this has ended up in the State Library collection, and we're able to identify that and potentially add value. Okay. Now, I'm going to get a little bit more theoretical now, and a little bit more technical about talking about how we characterise what is a good match, and how can we actually use that data to take it into and be adding value with it. So essentially there's two image analysis techniques that we were looking at for feature matching, and one is calculating the homography and the other one is calculating the fundamental matrix. Now there's pretty established literature out there if you want to look a bit more into this, but essentially homography is a mathematical matrix which links images of the same planar surface, what we have over here. Whereas the fundamental matrix is linking images together in 3D space. Now, the hypothesis and the thinking and the methodology that we've used in this internship project is that when we have more features to create a fundamental matrix from, we can perform a 3D reconstruction. And when we have more features to create a homography from, we can create a panorama. This is going back onto, if you remember those, the individual, those sort of like vector points. The more of those that we can use, the better that we think that match is going to be for this particular task. Now, here's a visualization that we did in Unity using some of Josh's code, existing code. And you can see each one of the images is represented by a node, and we have edges linking between the two nodes together. We have the red represents a match that is better for a panorama reconstruction, and the blue represents something that's better for a 3D reconstruction. Okay. Now, really though, we're going to go back onto here. So, so far we've been able to get this set of nodes and a set of links, but we're looking to be able to group the images together. So, really, what we want to be doing is taking this this graph shape and clustering the nodes and the images together based on the links. How do we do that? Well, I've looked at two different algorithms to do it: Markov clustering and connected components. Now, I've got some actual results to show you as well. I'm not sure how well you can see this at the back, but this is basically the results of after taking it through the clusters. So you can see that these images are they're linked together one after another in various sort of shapes. I've got quite a few more during the demonstration time to show you. Okay. Overall though, we started with about 10,000 images. We found 405 opportunities where we can create 3D reconstructions. We found 213 opportunities where we can create panoramas. However, not all of these are useful. Some of the images are linked together, but they're not actually of the same building. You can see before that it's more just it's of the same scene and that there's the same people in the scene, where they're not actually be able to create, say, like a 3D reconstruction out of them. By fine-tuning the clustering algorithm and post-processing the data, we can potentially improve the results that we're getting out. Okay, I'm going to show you a few examples of the results that we found. So these are three related images which have been detected to match by my feature matching algorithm, and well, we can turn them into a panorama. This was created, so the images were found together using our feature matching code, and the panorama was constructed in Adobe Photoshop. Here's another interesting example. So this is 4 pictures, all of the same building. Now, I'd like to point out the reason why I've listed the catalogue identification numbers at the top is that the 3 that are on the right are all part of the same catalogue, meaning that when you're on the State Library website, if you click on one, you will instantly get access to all 3 of those images together. They are grouped together. The other one, the 4th one on the very left, is actually in a totally different catalogue. So it's unless you were to go through the whole set of 10,000 images by eye, you probably wouldn't find that these were linked together. This is where the advantage of processing the images on the supercomputer lies. Now, all of these images have metadata associated with them, so we can actually pull them up to do a compare and contrast between them. The 3 ones on the right, they say that in the summary field it says newly built. However, on the left image, it says in the summary field, built by J. Hawkins and Son Contractors. So there's an opportunity here where we could potentially share over or merge the metadata fields between these sets of images and add value onto the collection where we normally wouldn't be able to do so. We also attempted to perform a 3D reconstruction of the image, and I'll have that ready for demonstration as well. You can see that these are sort of where the images of the cameras have been detected on PhotoScan, and this is an image with the I think the wireframe and the textured, or sorry, the point cloud and the textured mesh on either side. The final example that I'd like to point out to you is something else that was interesting we turned out. These are two images that are not related at all, so they're in totally different collections. And the left-hand image is what we think that the right-hand image is an altered form of the left-hand image. So it's actually the same image, we believe, but the shoe manufacturers and the actual signage has been altered on, potentially painted or made in, because the images themselves are from the same camera angle. Now, in the State Library collection, these images are not actually related at all, so there's an opportunity there to, again, share the metadata and construct a link between these two images. Overall, I'd just like to conclude by sort of referencing a bit of a quote from Whitelaw when he talked about generous interfaces for digital cultural collections, in that really when we've got so much data available to us and when we have digital collections out there, we can implement things which are more useful and more immersive than just purely searching based on metadata fields. And really, that's what we're attempting to do by the supercomputer processing. So by metadata sharing, by performing 3D reconstructions, looking at creating panoramas, and in future geolocating images, potentially searching based on geographic location, and also even just suggesting reference-related images, we're really being able to add value onto a existing archival collection. I'd like to make a few acknowledgements as well. I'd like to thank, a big thank you to Andrew Woods and Josh Hollick from the Curtin HIVE for all your guidance. Also for the Pawsey Supercomputing Centre for providing the resources and the help to run the jobs on the large scale. Also to the State Library of WA for providing the image collection, and finally to Stephanie at the administration for making the whole internship work. Thank you.
Are there any questions?
Yes.
In the back.
Sorry, you mentioned you were using the thumbnail JPEGs at the beginning of the talk. Was that for doing the reconstructions and the feature analysis?
So the feature everything was performed on the full resolution JPEGs. The thumbnail ones were more so that, say for the clustering, what you saw there, I was pulling those in to the graphs rather than the big ones.
What was the resolution you were using, and were there any artifacting issues with the JPEG compression?
Not that I noticed. We're pulling them in. They're really mixed resolutions across the board, but up to I think about 6,000 pixels or so, or potentially even greater. I'll have to go and double check that.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Must be one. I'm not a supervisor, so I can't.
Yes.
So you started with 10,000 images.
Yes.
Was that sort of a limitation from the State Library, or was that just a start for you?
Yeah, that was. I guess the balance is that the number of core hours that you need increases sort of exponentially as you add more. So we could potentially have taken the full collection, but it would have been maybe a month's worth of processing. So 10,000 we felt was I'm sure Andrew I think made that call.
It was just a number we picked out of the air. We thought 10,000 would be a good number.
Yeah.
We certainly can't swallow 700,000.
Yeah.
So yeah. It turned out to be a really good size.
Yeah. So the trade-off is that as you make it smaller, potentially there's not going to be as much relationships between the images, especially if they're, it's quite a big collection with lots of different pictures inside. but 10,000 was good.
Any other questions? Bobby?
Yes.
I think it's also a really interesting project with history as well, application, but I was actually wondering where the first place was in the first image that you showed.
Ooh. The very first image?
Very first image, and then the one.
Rather than the presentation.
Okay.
No, it's too low ceiling for me.
Oh, we've written on this topic.
Yeah.
I spent 5 years
This
of
one?
my life looking at Midland workshops. That ceiling is not the Midland workshops, it's somewhere else. I was actually wondering if it might have been the workshops in Fremantle.
Well, the
Yes.
reference number's up the top. We can look it up in the state library.
Absolutely.
In fact, Barb and Deb may well be doing that on the phone.
Deb's doing that now.
All right, is there any other questions?
Yes.
Yeah, when you process an image and extract features from it, you're then doing that for another image. Do you need both those images at the same time to do that, or can you go through 700,000 images, extract all the features,
Yep.
and just do the matching of the features?
That's right, yeah. So actually what we did was we used one of the Curtin HIVE computers to do all the feature extractions for the full 10,000 image set. And then we took that, just the feature files for each image, and then put them onto the supercomputer and then performed the matching based on those.
Yes, so that also reduces the amount of data we need to shift around.
Yeah.
It's just the feature file that is sent to the supercomputer for processing.
Yeah. So you don't actually, it doesn't see the pixels at all. All it sees is the list of numbers. I think you see here, I don't think that's even all of them. It's quite a lot.
Often you can actually set a ceiling. And
Yeah.
Is it around 20,000 we normally set it?
Yeah.
It depends. I mean, you can generate almost as many features as there are pixels, really. Usually what you do is you pick a number, like let's say 4,000, and you pick the biggest 4,000 features, because the smaller features are more likely to be noise. And so you pick, say, 4,000 or 8,000 images. And I think that's what the code is set to at the moment, about 16,000 maybe.
Yeah, yeah.
And it just matches those, which saves time, saves processing, saves lots of things.
It's Hoskins Engineering and Foundry.
Very good. Thanks, Deb.
Okay.
Okay, well, please join me in thanking Chris.
Thank you.
And Chris didn't have a problem because he was using a Mac. And so is Ben. So we won't have any more problems this afternoon.
Thank you, Matt. Hold on. Yes.
So Intern McCall is a history student working under Bonnie Oliver. Project's also been supported by the John Curtin Prime Minister Library.
Pardon?
Particularly
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Do you want the clicker?
No, that's not one of mine. Ben's been mostly based.
Oh, sure. No worries.
Just one floor down from here in the Prime Minister Library. And just a reminder that all of the presentations this afternoon, all of the presenters this afternoon will be showing their projects on the various displays around the Hive room. And over to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to begin by thanking you for being here today. The project on which mic me out.
That's it.
Much better. As I was saying, the project upon which I've worked these past 10 weeks has been titled John Curtin, Looking Ever Forward. The project aims to make history more accessible to the public by presenting it in a visual format. I've been fascinated by history all my life, but for many, history is an impenetrable abyss, compartmentalised into tedious, dry textbooks, inaccessible to all but committed historians.
In collaboration for the Hub for Interactive Visual E-Research, or HIVE, I have created 3 separate visual components for this project. Each can work either independently or with others as a means of acquainting oneself with the life and legacy of former Australian Prime Minister John Curtin. Who is John Curtin? Why is it important we remember a man who died over 72 years ago? And how can we separate a man from myths? What are Curtin's links to education? And why does this university bear his name? Although this project has always focused on visualising history in a reinvigorating and innovative way, at the outset, there was still a decision to be made as to what approach. What are the right questions to ask about John Curtin? We decided that who was John Curtin and why did education become one of his greatest passions would be the most compelling question to ask and research. To answer these questions, one must understand where Curtin came from, the experiences that shaped his early life, and the people that influenced him. Curtin was born in Creswick, Victoria on the 8th of January 1885. His parents, Kate Burke and John Curtin, were newly arrived immigrants from Ireland. When reflecting on his childhood, Curtin famously surmised as bread without butter and tea without sugar. Curtin left school at the age of 14, but continued his self-education, reading books by candlelight on everything from politics, economics and philosophy to poetry and classical literature. His passion for learning continued to influence him heavily throughout the course of his life. By 1903, Curtin had secured his first long-term employment with the Titan Manufacturing Company. Having left the Catholic Church and after a brief spell with the Salvation Army, Curtin found both denominations lacking as his thirst for academic and critical thinking continued to grow. He turned to socialism under the influence of prominent members of the Victoria Socialist Party, or VSP, Frank Anstey and Tom Mann. Anstey eventually served with Curtin as a member for the House of Representatives. At the outbreak of the war in 1914, Curtin stood unsuccessfully for the seat of Balaclava on a platform of anti-conscription, an issue Curtin was particularly passionate about and for which he would serve a brief period of time in jail for protesting against conscription in 1916. In 1917, Curtin was recruited by the West Australian branch of the Australian Labor Party as editor for their paper, the West Australian Worker. Curtin and Elsie Needham were married soon after, having their first child, Elsie Milder Curtin, later that year. A son, John, was born in 1921. During this time, Curtin also became a member for the Australian Journalists Association and began working as a writer for the West Australian Worker. He remained in this post until he was elected to the federal seat of Fremantle in 1928. When a political crisis resulted in another election in 1929, the Australian Labor Party, led by James Scullin, gained government. Curtin served as a member for Parliament, but was not selected to Cabinet. He went on to lose his seat in Labor's crushing defeat in 1931. Returning to Western Australia, Curtin resumed work for the West Australian Worker, writing a sports column and undertaking some duties for the state Labor government. Curtin ran for the seat of Fremantle yet again in 1934, winning by a very slim majority. Only a year later, an unprecedented shift occurred in the Labor Party, when James Scullin stepped down from office. It was expected that his deputy, Frank Ford, would easily win a bid for party leadership. However, after promising to abstain from alcohol, Curtin rallied support and won leadership by a single-party vote. A long, hard road lay ahead of him. A fractured Labor Party had to be reunified if Labor was to have any chance of securing a majority government. Curtin displayed his political and diplomatic prowess by gathering support among the fractured groups within the Labor Party and reunifying the 2 other fractured Labor Party contingents. Curtin then used this momentum to put forth a strong federal campaign, significantly diminishing the United Australia Party's majority in the 1938 election. Curtin's life and the lives of all Australians would be irrevocably altered when Nazi Germany invaded Poland and the Second World War officially began. Prime Minister Menzies invited Curtin to form a joint government in response to the onset of war. Despite pressure within his own party from many members, including new arrival Dr. Herbert Ivart, desperate to escape the political wilderness in which Labor had resided since the decisive defeat of the Scullin government, Curtin declined the offer, and by 1941 Menzies' UAP coalition government had lost all stability, and Curtin was called upon to form a new Labor government. Weeks later, Australia lost the HMS Sydney, a devastating blow to Australian psyche. The loss of the Sydney was only the first of many crises Curtin would have to face during his tenure as Prime Minister. Soon after, on December 7, 1941, the Japanese Empire launched a surprise attack on Pearl Harbor, leading the United States to declare war on Japan and the allies of Japan, including Germany. Japan's entry into the war led Curtin to, for the first time in Australia's history, declare war of its own accord. For a time, the tide of war turned against the Australians and their allies. Losses of what was thought to be the impregnable fortress at Singapore and resistance from Churchill to Curtin's demands that greater effort be made to halt the Japanese advances in the Pacific led to Curtin making the historic decision of defying Churchill and withdrawing Australian troops from the Middle East, a strategic gamble that paid off. Curtin further showed his aptitude as a strong world leader, turning his diplomatic efforts towards President Roosevelt and the United States. With this geostrategic shift, the United States committed to providing aid and sending one of its most decorated generals to organise a counter-push to the Japanese advances in the Pacific. The arrival of General Douglas MacArthur began what is commonly referred to as the Curtin-MacArthur era. An unlikely friendship was formed between two great leaders. MacArthur's arrival allowed Curtin to focus on the home front, providing inspiring public speeches and improving Australian morale. Passing the Militia Bill in 1943, which required conscripted soldiers to serve in the Pacific, an inconceivable act for Curtin nearly 2 decades earlier, and the other stresses of wartime leadership took their toll. The strain of long-time addiction, exhausting working hours, at times working up to 20 hours a day, contributed to his ailing health. Curtin's visit to the United States, Canada, and the United Kingdom further exacerbated his health issues. Despite this, his trip abroad was an overwhelming success. Curtin showed once again his diplomatic and political prowess in his engagements with President Roosevelt, Prime Minister King, Prime Minister Churchill, and King George VI, along with other Dominion leaders. Curtin returned to Australia and continued his efforts to push back the Japanese Empire and address domestic issues at home. The tide of war had turned. Nazi Germany was on the brink of collapse and defeat. The Japanese Empire was retreating under the onslaught of MacArthur's island-hopping strategy, and the end was in sight. However, Curtin suffered a heart attack and was hospitalised. Managing to recover enough to be discharged from hospital, Curtin returned to the lodge, where he and Elsie spent the last months of his life. On the 5th of July 1945, with the war weeks from its conclusion, John Curtin passed away. He'd given everything, his heart, body, mind, soul, and ultimately his life, to the defence and future prosperity of Australia. This project began with the concept of redefining the use of visualisation in regards to presenting historical events and information in a fresh, innovative, and accessible format. Despite having this concept in mind, there existed a lack of clarity as to exactly what direction this project should take. Questions about what technology could be incorporated into the project and the capability of the selected visualisation techniques with historic exhibits and presentations also lingered large. It was decided that this project would aim to deconstruct John Curtin's passion for education, where it originated, how it developed, and how his dedication towards self-education served him throughout his life. This involved using photographs and documents from the John Curtin Prime Ministerial Library collection, creating 3D images of some of Curtin's possessions, notably his briefcase, and taking panorama photographs of his home nearby in Cottesloe. The project faced a vast array of issues throughout the 10-week schedule. The first was the use of photogrammetric 3D reconstruction for various historic objects, which, due to their locations and surface material, were not ideal for virtual reconstruction. This required time-intensive research. The second was searching through the catalogues, which required time-intensive research to determine whether archival items were relevant, whether they bore too many restrictions to be used, such as copyright issues, and whether creating a digital version would be beneficial in any way. This process required weeks of scanning and digitising almost 200 archival items, from newspapers, photos, speeches, poems, and correspondence between historic figures. It was challenging to construct a historically accurate narrative of Curtin's life, while at times only having access to limited archival resources. So with the invaluable assistance of the John Curtin Prime Ministerial Library staff and the Hive, we were able to work through substantial amounts of archival material, enabling a more extensive selection of original material from which to choose and digitise for inclusion in this project. Applying photogrammetric 3D virtual reconstruction to historic objects was frustrating and at times very unsuccessful. The difficulties of rendering many items came from the fact that they're being kept in such pristine condition and as such possess few distinguishable features for the photogrammetric software to use to stitch together a comprehensive 3D render for the historic objects. Despite early setbacks, with the vital assistance of the Hive staff, we were able to successfully reconstruct virtual models of several legacy objects provided by the JCPML. Now, the most unforeseen issue came, as of course only unforeseen issues do, near the very end of this project. The timeline software that had been used to construct this 3D timeline had proven inadequate in effectively presenting large quantities of information, giving it an elongated display of the images attached to any written text. There didn't seem to be any conceivable way to fix the issue within the time constraints. Eventually we decided to gamble on a different timeline program, which would require manually transferring every single data entry from the previous program to the new one. Though an arduous and draining task, the new program provided a far better display and had no adverse effects on the material included in the timeline. This project holds many promising notions for the future of history projects at Curtin University. The technology from the Hive, its capability to render physical objects in virtual environments and to recreate 360-degree images of historic places and allow one to interact with these images, in conjunction with its ability to render and display large quantities of images and information, are all very promising. Perhaps the most logical continuation in regards to the use of such resources lies in the traditional place in which history is displayed, a museum. The project has demonstrated the potential for virtual reconstruction of historic sites, in which visitors can explore and interact with the displays, as well as be given a chance to view previous objects which, due to their fragile state and historic value, cannot be easily displayed. In summary, this can introduce people to a history in a significantly less daunting format than a textbook. Visualization is in many ways the future of academic learning. More than ever, we are conditioned to respond to visual stimulus over its audio or written counterparts. History has always had a voice of the historian, but now with the use of visualization technology, history can have a beacon to use as a lure to those who in the past would have found themselves overwhelmed or perhaps even underwhelmed at the prospect of learning about history. The historic legacy of John Curtin deserves to be remembered. He was a visionary Prime Minister who saw the potential for new technology of the time, such as radio and film, and sought to make an ally of the media instead of an enemy. No Prime Minister before him had such foresight to identify radio and film as the powerful tools they were. Much in the same way Curtin did during his tenure as Prime Minister, we today have sought to harness the sophisticated technology at the Hive to find innovative ways to present history using visual technology. Prime Minister Curtin's legacy will endure. His innovation and passion for education live on in this university. It is my hope that with the ongoing support of the Hive and the John Curtin Prime Ministerial Library, that Curtin's legacy will continue to have a place in all of our memories. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben.
Questions?
So what is this timeline program?
So this is called Tick-Tocky Desktop. I didn't name it, that's what it's called. As I said in the presentation, it is leaps and bounds above the other timeline project we used because it allows you to provide images that are set in place and then adds the text as opposed to trying to fit them both together so you have a distortion when you start to add large amounts of information. I didn't show during the presentation, but it's very simple to effectively click on more and then access larger images so you can get a better view of the images that are taken.
And the previous package was more of a timeline like this, but I guess it became a bit bloated and overloaded once you entered more and more information in.
Yeah, the biggest issue with the previous timeline was one that we'd gone through all the effort of going through the archives to scan these original archival materials so that would be large enough to present in a timeline. But because of the program software, any kind of substantial written text elongated the image and it effectively rendered our efforts redundant for the most part. So this one can present in a more traditional timeline format while also having that 2.5D component to it, which gives it a little more of a visual stimulus for people that perhaps aren't as interested.
Any other questions from the audience? So you also went and photographed the Curtin family home.
Yes.
Do you want to talk a little bit about that?
So we went to, Jesse and I from the Hive went to Cottesloe Beach on a road trip. And after we went to the beach, we decided we would go...
Cottesloe, the suburb.
The suburb, not the actual beach itself, where Curtin used to live. And we took 360-degree photos of all of the rooms in Curtin's home. It's a very promising technique because it proves that you can't access historic environments in a very visual way. The only issue with the Curtin family home was that it hadn't maintained its historic validity because much of the furniture and original effects that were there had been taken away, so it wasn't treated as a museum. But if you were to find environments that have been treated with more historic care, you could very easily use the same technology to produce fantastic results.
Any other questions from the audience? If not, well, thank you very much.
Thanks.
And I'd like to finish off by thanking all of the interns, all 11 of them, for their considerable hard work over the internship period. The internships were funded by a range of different sources. The Faculty of Humanities, and thanks to Tim Dolan for facilitating that. The Curtin Institute for Computation funded and co-funded a number of the internships as well. The Cisco Internet of Everything Innovation Centre funded one of the internships, and a couple of the supervisors co-funded some of the projects as well. So thank you for that. These projects have kept us really busy over the last 10 weeks, Josh, Jesse and myself, so I'd like to just put a hand together for Jesse and Josh. Josh in particular was supporting lots of different projects and was generating some new code here and a new program there, and was really quite spread thin. So we're looking forward to getting back to some of our other projects now that these are over. But we are hoping that these projects will lead to bigger and better things. There's opportunities for generating some publications, I've heard, out of some of them. I think Jess's project has already been mentioned as one. And I know that Marina, who was here in the morning with Luke's project, they were having a little huddle over there with a couple of different groups around campus who think they can get a project up around these sort of topics. So that's the whole purpose of these internship projects, is to almost effectively little seed projects to see how visualisation can be used to assist all sorts of different topics right across the university. So the diversity of the topics is really great to see, and it's good to see some of the projects, and I'm sure other ones will continue to develop as well. It's great to see them develop so positively. So thanks everyone, thanks for attending, and hope you've enjoyed. We'll now break for sort of like afternoon tea. You're welcome to go out to the Aroma if you want to grab a beverage. Sorry, we're not shouting. You can grab a water, that's on us. And come back here, I think, here it is, 3:30. You're welcome to hang around and just chat in the meantime, but we'll definitely we've got a little bit of setup to do, and so we'll be back at 3:30 to see all the demonstrations of the projects you've just been hearing about. So thank you.